Good morning to all present, listening and viewing. Welcome to today's meeting of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance. Today's date is November the 17th, 2025. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and I'm the chair of this committee. This is Thanksgiving. Next week is Thanksgiving week, and I would like to remind everyone that Thanksgiving is not just a day, it's a season. In the past month, we have seen the hardship created by the federal shutdown. The shutdown has ended, and I think it's accurate to say that some of our families, friends, and neighbors will be feeling the negative repercussions of this event for a while. More than ever, we are called to be our brother's keeper and extend a helping hand to those in need. At this time, I'd like to say a special good morning to our sick, our shut-in, our seniors, and our elderly. And I'm hoping that you're doing well. You said your morning prayers and you're doing your little exercise, eating well, drinking a lot of water, because we want you to continue to live a long life. Today, the committee will consider 5 bills, of which 4 are lease agreements. We have a busy day ahead, so at this time, I'd like to remind everyone to please put your phone on silent or turn them off as to not interrupt today's proceedings, and to ask the Madam Clerk to call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 6 present, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
No, Mr. Chair.
I would also like to recognize the presence of Senator Franklin D. Johnson, non-committee member. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. Madam Clerk, at this time, please read the first block of the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Monday, November 17, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive the testimony on the following bills. Block 1, Bill number 36-0030, an act amending Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 4, increasing the Virgin Islands minimum wage, sponsored by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Invited testifiers, Honorable Gary Molloy, Commissioner, VI Department of Labor. Mr. Haldane Davies, Executive Director, VI Bureau of Economic Research. Akeel St. John Esquire, Chairman, St. Croix Chamber of Commerce. Mr. John Woods, President, St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce. This ends the reading of Block 1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Also, Senator Marvin Blyden, the Vice Chair, is also a sponsor, and Bill number 36-0030. Please recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Kurt Vele. We do have the testifiers seated, and we'll go to them real quickly for mic check before we begin with the testimony. We'll begin with you. I guess we could start from my right.
Good morning, Bernicia Liebert, Senior Project Analyst at the Bureau of Economic Research.
Good morning, Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning, Gary Molloy, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
Morning.
Good morning, Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Morning.
Morning, Gary Halyard, Director, Bureau of Labor Statistics, Department of Labor.
Good morning, welcome all. We do have someone virtually, Mr. Scott Barber from the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce. Let's do a mic check.
Yes, good morning. Scott Barber, board member, Chamber of Commerce.
Okay. And we have asked for some accommodation, so we allow for Mr. Barber to put his testimony in the record first, and then we'll come to the government officials. Mr. Barber, you recognize your testimony. Well, before we do that, I'm sorry, we need to do the introduction of the bill. Who speaks to this bill?
I do.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you recognize for a presentation of Bill number 36-0030.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I definitely really want to say thank you for
Please get that mic a little closer to you.
this big voice you're hearing this morning.
Please recognize. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to viewing and listening audience. I definitely want to say thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this measure forward. This measure been in Committee of Finance from my last term. That's how long this have been in place, but I've been held up for whatever reason. It's beyond me. So I'm just thankful that it's finally come forward, because these are conversations we definitely have to have, not want to. It's a must. Thank you for the opportunity to present Bill number 36-0030. This bill stands on a simple principle. If you work in the Virgin Islands, you should be able to live in the Virgin Islands. Our minimum wage has been frozen at $10.50 since 2018. The law required annual review by the Wage Board starting in 2019. Yet, for 7 years, nothing moved. Meanwhile, everything else did. Since the last increase, the cost of living in the Virgin Islands has skyrocketed by more than 39%. In 2024 alone, we saw education and communication rise to 16.8%, internet 20.9%, cell phone plans 12.9%, food 8.8%, eggs 19%, fish 33%, and housing 6%, with two-bedroom rent jumping from over 20% in a single year. Utilities follow. Electricity up 6.9%, water up 3.4%. These aren't academic statistics. These are the real pressure crushing working family in their daily livelihood. In grocery stores, at the cash register, in their rent, payment, in the basic cost for survival. And we must face a hard truth. The Virgin Islands now rank among the most expensive place to live in the United States, with costs comparable to California and Hawaii. But here, the difference, those states adjusted their minimum wage regularly. Ours has been stuck for 7 years. And while California are paying 95% more for groceries than the national average, we are. California is $16.50 for minimum wage. Hawaii is $14. We've been stuck at $10.50. If our minimum wage had merely kept pace with inflation, not exceeded, it just kept up, it would be over $14.50 today, not $10.50. That is a real wage loss for more than real wage loss for more than the $4 an hour. A silent pay cut is delivered every year to the people who kept this territory running. Bill number 36-0030 proposed a reasonable 3-year phase-in. It provides business with predictability and stability for workers and beginning correcting a wage structure that has fallen dangerously out of sync with reality. This is not business. It's pro-stability, pro-family, and pro-retention. Because low wages increase turnover, deepen poverty, and push more people towards government assistance, costs that eventually return to this very same committee to try to find ways to assist. Colleagues, the urgency is real. We cannot ask Virgin Islands to survive 2025 prices on 2018 wages. This bill is simply asks us to catch up to inflation, catch up to the cost of living, and to do dignity for our workers who deserve it. I respectfully submit this bill for your consideration. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the testifiers who are here to present their point of view of this piece of measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson, for a presentation of Bill number 36-0030. I just want to say that I know that your assertion that this bill has been in committee since your last term in the 35th legislature, that the hardworking Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance has been prepared and poised to hear this bill since January of 2025. So I don't want it to be conflated or confused that the bill was held up in this committee, hardworking Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance. Please recognize the mic of Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, by no means I'm saying that, and that's why I say to you, thank you very much for bringing it forward. I'm saying that in my last term in the 35th legislature, it sat in this very committee, which you was not the chair. So I want the record to be clear that this was not held up by the 36th legislature. I'm thankful for you bringing it forward.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, for that clarification. And with that said, we're prepared to proceed. And we'll hear from, of course, we're making some accommodation for Mr. Scott Barber to present his testimony at this time, first before we hear from the government officials. Mr. Barber, you're recognized for testimony.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Scott Barber, and I'm one of the board members of the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce. I'm sharing this testimony on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and John Woods, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm aware and grateful that not only the governor, but our senators and the business community are all in agreement that the minimum wage in the U.S. Virgin Islands should be increased. Our hearts go out to the less fortunate Virgin Islanders who are struggling to make ends meet. In response to the proposed bill to increase the minimum wage, from an economic standpoint, we wholeheartedly agree that an increase is needed, and all are aware that there are always pros and cons to be considered because each action creates a reaction. The question is, how much is the right amount for the minimum wage to be increased so that the people who need the increase the most can benefit from the increase without also feeling the downside of effects of how a minimum wage can impact the overall economy. So when a minimum wage increases, the impact of the economy can be felt. Let me share some details presented from the U.S. Congressional Business Office, known as the CBO. This information shows overall effects on employment and income when minimum wages are increased. Now, this is taken from the CBO website, and its first title from the website is Minimum Wage Effects on Employment. This was dated June 2024, but it's still current on their website today. The question that was asked is, how would increasing the minimum wage affect employment? The answer was, raising the minimum wage would increase the cost of employing low-wage workers. As a result, some employers would employ fewer workers than they would have employed under a lower minimum wage. However, for certain workers, or in some circumstances, employment could increase. Changes in employment would be seen in the number of jobless, not just unemployed workers. Jobless workers include those who have dropped out of the labor force because, for example, they believe no jobs are available for them, as well as employed workers, those who are searching for work. The second question that is shown on the CBO website is titled Minimum Wage Effects on Income. Again, for clarification, I want to state that the first question that was asked was minimum wage effects on employment. This question is minimum wage effects on income, also dated June 2024. The question, how would increasing the minimum wage affect family income? The answer shown on the website, by boosting the income of low-wage workers who have jobs, a higher minimum wage would raise their family's real income. That is, income adjusted to remove the effects of inflation, lifting some of those families out of poverty. For other families, however, income would fall because some workers would not be employed due to the increase in the minimum wage and because business owners would have to absorb at least some of the higher cost of labor. For these reasons, a minimum wage increase generally causes a net reduction in average family income. That's the end of the quotes from the CBO website. After looming concern of the USVI business community is the effects of tariffs. The well-known tariffs, overall, the benefits of the recent tariffs could have a net positive effect over time. But businesses have already seen higher costs and delays for customs clearance, and also delays as well as other high costs in shipping of items to the U.S. and other locations by mail, FedEx, and UPS, etc. The fact is that many, but not all, state governments impose minimum wages. These laws prevent employers from paying wages below a mandated level. While the aim is to help workers, decades of economic research show that minimum wages usually end up harming workers and the broader economy. Minimum wages particularly stifle job opportunities for low-skilled workers, youth, and minorities, which are the groups that policymakers are often trying to help with these policies. Labor economist, a gentleman named Mark Wilson, discusses the economics of the minimum wage in one of his writings. Here are a few highlights. I quote, "There is no free lunch when the government mandates a minimum wage. If the government requires that certain workers be paid higher wages, then businesses will make adjustments to pay for the added costs, such as reducing hiring, cutting employee work hours, reducing benefits, and charging higher prices. The main finding of economic theory and empirical research over the past 70 years is that minimum wage increases tend to reduce employment. The higher the minimum wage relative to competitive market wage levels, the greater the employment loss that occurs. While minimum wages aim to improve the economic well-being of the working poor, the disemployment effects of a minimum wage have been found to fall disproportionately on the least skilled and the most disadvantaged individuals, including the disabled, youth, lower skilled workers, immigrants, and ethnic minorities. In the American economy, low wages are usually paid to entry-level workers. But those workers usually do not earn these low wages for minimum or for extended periods of time. Indeed, research indicates that nearly 2/3, that's 67%, of minimum wage workers move above that wage within 1 year, according to statistics. The minimum wage allows businesses to hire unskilled labor and train them so that they can be worthy of higher paid positions. While entry-level jobs are often low paid, these entry-level jobs are vitally important for young and low-skilled workers because they allow people to establish a track record, to learn skills, and to advance over time to a better paying job. Thus, in trying to fix a perceived problem with minimum wage laws, policymakers cause collateral damage by reducing the number of entry-level jobs." End quote. It's important to realize that actions made by government mandates have a reaction by the business community. For example, when the government increases taxes, then businesses pass the taxes on to the public in the form of higher prices. Another example is when government increases the minimum wage, which raises the cost of doing business, then businesses not only raise prices, but they take steps to lower costs in other areas of their business. Businesses will always attempt to keep their profits steady So a cost increase in one area, such as a wage increase, force businesses to decrease costs in other areas, such as perks and other fringe benefits, and in order to maintain a certain level of profitability. Also, the impact of the fast growth of AI is another unknown factor regarding how our economy will operate in the near future. As AI continues to grow in everyday usage and popularity, it is an unknown factor as to how AI will impact the way business is done over the next 2 to 5 years. So locking in automatic minimum wage increases every year or two, as has been proposed by some of the current legislations, we believe it's not a wise move since the future impact of business operations is an unknown at this time. We received feedback from several businesses regarding their thoughts on supporting a wage increase, and most agreed that a slight increase in the minimum wage is warranted and also supported. But the way the increase is implemented and the amount of the increase is where the issue comes in. The USVI economy is tenuous at this time, especially after the long-term impact of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and also the pandemic. It's obvious that the economy is chugging along, but is still not rebounded to pre-hurricane days. Also, what impact is the so-called Big Beautiful Bill going to have on the USVI? It is yet unclear what will be the full impact on the business community and the impact on the general population as a whole. There will be some benefits to our community and probably some downside. And since the net effect is an unknown, supporting a bill that automatically raises the minimum wage a set amount each year or automatically every 2 or 3 years is not something that the majority of the business community would support. As I close, I share this table that shows the minimum wage of all U.S. states and territories. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics website, the average state minimum wage in 2025 is approximately $11.18 per hour. This chart shows how each state and the USVI currently rate. The USVI minimum wage of $10.50 falls below the average minimum wage of $11.18. And we also have higher cost of living than many locations in the US. The wages paid in the USVI are also considerably lower than most locations in the mainland US. So based on this data, and given the fact that the USVI minimum wage increase was June 2018 for the last minimum wage increase, the Chamber supports an increase from $10.50 per hour to $13 an hour, with no automatic increases included in the legislation. We believe that this proposed increase of $2.50 per hour is needed and justified, and will not negatively impact the majority of the business community or the economy. The Chamber feels that any further increases would definitely have a negative impact on the business community and the economic well-being of our entire community, which would ultimately affect the people of the Virgin Islands with higher costs and higher unemployment. On behalf of the Chamber, I thank you for the invitation to share this testimony and to be able to share these thoughts and recommendations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott Barber, for your testimony. And just real quickly, we'll be coming back on schedule, and we'll be coming to Dr. Commissioner Gary Molloy from the Department of Labor to give his testimony. I just want to say that it's ironic that we do have the sponsor of Bill number 36-0236, Act 7856, former Senator Gene Ford, here in the audience, sitting in his capacity as the Assistant Commissioner, which was responsible for the last minimum wage increase. And of course, then in 2016, the minimum wage was increased to $8.35. In 2017, $9.50, and of course it was a sliding scale. And in 2018, $10.50. some 8 years ago. So at this time, we'll hear from Honorable Honorable Dr. Commissioner of the Department of Labor, Gary Molloy. You got a lot of titles, you know, you gotta keep up.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank
Morning.
you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Noville E. Francis Jr., Chairman of Budget, Appropriations and Finance, honorable members of the Committee on Finance, distinguished senators of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and listening and viewing audiences. I am Dr. Gary Molloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. I am joined today by Jean Ford, Assistant Commissioner, and Gary Halyard, Director of Bureau of Labor Statistics. Thank you for inviting us to testify on Bill number 36-0030 as amended, which proposes increasing the minimum wage for private sector workers in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We appreciate the Senate's careful review of this important issue and the thoughtful updates reflected in both the original bill and the recent amendment. Support for the minimum wage increase. The Department of Labor supports this legislation. The cost of living in the Virgin Islands has risen sharply over the past decade, but wages have remained the same. Since the last minimum wage adjustment in 2015, our community has faced major disruptions, including Hurricanes Irma and Maria, the COVID-19 pandemic, higher shipping costs, and ongoing inflation. These pressures have increased the cost of nearly everything: food, rent, utilities, gas, and healthcare. Workers earning the lowest wages feel these costs most. When we adjust the 2015 minimum wage, of $10.50 for inflation, it would equal about $14.40 in 2025, which shows how much buying power workers have lost. This wage stagnation has also caused many young Virgin Islanders to seek work elsewhere, which weakens our local talent pool and makes it harder for businesses to find and keep qualified workers. Recent economic relief for employers. As we consider raising wages, it is important to acknowledge a major development that helps businesses at this time. On October 10, 2025, the U.S. Department of Labor approved the 2025 FUTA, or Federal Unemployment Tax Act, credit reduction waiver for the U.S. Virgin Islands. This means that our employers will not face an increase in their federal unemployment tax rate for the 2025 tax year. This decision provides real financial relief and stability for the private sector. Securing this waiver required strong collaboration between the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, the Office of the Governor, and our federal partners. It reflects the territory's continued improvement in managing our unemployment insurance trust fund responsibly. This relief supports the legislature's effort to increase wages gradually because it reduces another potential burden on our business community. Understanding the revised amendment. The revised amendment to Bill number 36-0030, updated on November 13, 2025, outlines a new schedule for gradually increasing the minimum wage. Under this amendment, the minimum wage would raise to $12 on March 1st, 2026, then to $14 on March 1st, 2027, and finally to $15 on March 1st, 2028. Beginning in 2029, the minimum wage would be adjusted annually to reflect changes in the cost of living. The amendment also clarifies that these increases apply to employees, excluding students. Governor Bryan's proposal follows a similar approach, reaching $15 by 2028. Although the timelines differ slightly, both proposals share the same goal, bringing wages closer to the actual cost of living while still giving businesses enough time to plan and adjust. Clarifying the cost of living adjustment, or the COLA. A key part of the amendment is the introduction of annual cost of living adjustments starting in 2029. However, the current language does not clearly explain how these adjustments will be calculated. Without clear guidance, workers and employers could be left uncertain or confused about future wage changes. For this reason, the department recommends that the legislature provide more specific details, including the exact formula or economic index that will be used, when and how adjustments will be determined, whether the adjustments will occur automatically or if it must be approved each year. A clear and transparent method will help workers and employers better prepare for future changes and avoid misunderstandings. Student exclusion. The revised amendment excludes students from the minimum wage increases. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor acknowledges this change and is prepared to provide further analysis if requested. However, we must note an important concern. Creating a separate lower minimum wage for students, especially when students perform the same scope of work or identical tasks as non-student employees, could place students at risk of being underpaid or taken advantage of. This type of differential wage system can unintentionally incentivize employers to hire students primarily because they cost less, rather than because the role is designed to support learning or skill development. Such a system could also lead to increased monitoring and investigation to ensure that students are not being misclassified or used to replace regular workers, diverting resources away from more strategic workforce priorities. Instead of focusing on policing potential abuses, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor believes it is more productive to concentrate on the positive role that student employment can play in the territory. Student employment, when structured correctly, can support early work experience, strengthen youth apprenticeship pathways, and contribute to long-term career development. These opportunities help students to build skills, gain confidence, and prepare for more meaningful participation in the workforce after graduation. For these reasons, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor encourages continued dialogue to ensure that any policies affecting student workers promote fairness, protect young people, and reinforce a broader workforce development goals. Projected minimum wage needs for 2028-2029. If inflation continues at its current pace, the inflation-adjusted value of today's minimum wage could rise to approximately $15 an hour to $15.50 by 2028 or 2029. This projection supports the phased-in approach because it helps ensure that workers are earning wages that keep up with rising living costs. Virgin Islands Department of Labor will continue refining these estimates using updated information from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Why a phased approach matters. A gradual increase in the minimum wage is essential for balancing the needs of both businesses and workers. Employers, especially small businesses, need time to adjust their budgets, staffing levels, and operational plans. At the same time, workers need wages that allow them to meet basic needs and keep pace with the rising cost of living. A phased approach helps avoid sudden financial strain on the employers while still providing meaningful wage gains for workers. Research shows that minimum wage increases can reduce employee turnover, improve productivity, strengthen customer service, increase local consumer spending. When workers earn more, they spend more in the local economy, which ultimately supports the territory's overall economic health. Impact on workforce development. From a workforce development perspective, this legislation also aligns with our broader goals at the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. A competitive minimum wage helps us retain local talent, encourage young people to stay or remain home, and reduce the brain drain that has challenged our labor markets for years. It also supports our apprenticeship, youth development, and talent pipeline initiatives by ensuring that entry-level workers can build a stable foundation as they move into higher skilled careers. In closing, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor supports Bill number 36-0030 as amended because it offers a fair and balanced approach to addressing the rising cost of living and the economic pressures facing our economy. The phased increases help restore wage value loss to inflation, support working families, and allow businesses time to adjust responsibly. However, the department's support does not extend to the current cost of living adjustment language, which must be clarified to ensure transparency and predictability. The recent approval of the 2025 FUTA, or Federal Unemployment Tax Credit Reduction Waiver, provides significant relief to employers, making this an appropriate time to move forward with a carefully planned minimum wage increase. To clarify, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, the Virgin Islands remains a FUTA credit reduction state. Let me just say that again. To clarify, the Virgin Islands remains a FUTA credit reduction state because our Title 12 loan balance has not yet been fully repaid. As a result, employers in the Virgin Islands will still experience a decreased FUTA credit for calendar year 2025. However, the approved waiver provides relief from the additional add-on penalty that is normally applied each successive year the loan remains outstanding. In other words, while the base credit reduction still applies, the territory has been granted a waiver from the extra annual penalty increase, which would have otherwise compounded the tax burden on employers. The U.S. Internal Revenue Service Form 940 instructions will include the specific calculation, details, and guidance for employers filing from the Virgin Islands. Therefore, the estimated cost savings per employer with the 2025 FUTA tax credit waiver will vary. Additionally, while the revised amendment excludes students from the minimum wage increase, VITAL must re-emphasize that this distinction must be approached with care, especially a lower wage for students performing the same duties as other employees may create inequities and opportunities for misuse. VITAL maintains that student employment should prioritize meaningful early work experiences and clear pathways to long-term career development. We therefore encourage continued dialogue to ensure that policies affecting student workers promote fairness, safeguard young people, and reinforce our broader workforce development goals. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony. My team and I are available to answer any questions the committee may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gary Molloy, for your testimony there. Next, we'll come to Mr. Executive Director Haldane Davies. You recognize for your testimony at this time.
Good morning to the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Virgin Islands of the United States 36th Legislature Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, other committee members, other members of the legislature present, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, members of the media, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Haldane Davies, and I am Director of the Bureau of Economic Research, Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. With me today is Ms. Bernicia Liebert, a Senior Project Analyst in the Bureau of Economic Research. I welcome the opportunity to provide testimony in Bill number 36-0030, along with amendment number 36-622, an act amending Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 4, increasing the Virgin Islands minimum wage. The lifeblood of any economy is closely tied to the capacity and capability of its people to live comfortably and thrive at a level that grants them the opportunity to lead meaningful and productive lives. The relationship between minimum wage and economic stability is complex, as it has both potential benefits like stimulating consumer spending and reducing poverty, and potential drawbacks like increased unemployment or inflation. The related outcome depends on factors such as the size and frequency of the wage increase, the local economic conditions, and how businesses and consumers responded to the changes. Generally, a modest gradual increase may provide a more stable transition, while a large sudden hike can cause economic shocks. Mr. Chair, this testimony is not merely about an abstract economic policy. It is about the lived reality of thousands of hard-working Virgin Islanders who are struggling to keep pace with the rising cost of living in our beautiful yet expensive territory. The current economic landscape of the USVI, marked by significant inflationary pressures in essentials like groceries and utilities and housing, necessitates immediate and meaningful action. While recent legislative efforts of this chamber have addressed the minimum salary for central government employees, raising it to $35,000 annually, or $16.85 per hour, a broader territory-wide increase in the general minimum wage is essential to ensure that all workers, including those in the vital private sector, with 25,936 non-farm workers as of August 31, 2025, have a fighting chance to achieve economic stability. Adjustments to the current minimum wage, which is insufficient to meet the rising cost of living, in the form of a staged increase over 3 years, is a step in the right direction and would bring people closer to the recommended living wage as contained in the 2022-2023 USVI living wage study conducted by the Bureau of Economic Research. An analysis of the living wage as calculated in 2022 compiled local specific expenditure data for food, childcare, healthcare, housing, transportation, and other necessities, found that to make ends meet, a single adult would need to make a minimum of $13.70 per hour, or $28,496 annually, with benefits, or $21.31 per hour, or which translates to $44,325 annually without benefits and subsidies. An adult with a child would need to make a minimum of $20.95 per hour, which translates to $43,576 annually with benefits, or $33.38 per hour, or $69,430 annually without benefits and subsidies. If two adults live together, they would need to make a combined wage of $20.50 per hour, or $42,640 annually with benefits, and $31.94 per hour, or $66,435 annually without benefits and subsidies. And it doesn't end there. Two parents, Mr. Chair, with one child would need a combined wage between $30.35 per hour, or $63,128 annually with benefits, or $44.85 per hour, or $93,288 annually without benefits and subsidies. A family of four with two working adults requires $40.27 per hour, or $83,761 annually with benefits, and $56.98 per hour, or $118,518 annually without benefits to maintain a minimum standard of living in the USVI. We acknowledge that some businesses may already be compensating employees at a level that is higher than the existing minimum wage of $10.50 per hour. And we certainly applaud those businesses for adjusting wages and salaries above the prevailing rate in recognition of employee value to their entities. For consistency, and in keeping with the adjusted minimum salary of $35,000 for central government employees, we recommend an amendment to the bill, and this was before the current amendment, to reflect an initial increase to $12 per hour as of March 1, 2026, March being the consistent month for the highest number of visitors to the territory over the last 5 to 7 years, as opposed to an implementation date of October 1, 2027. Further adjustments of $14 per hour and $15 per hour would follow on March 1, 2027 and March 1, 2028. BER hereby takes the liberty, Mr. Chair, to recommend a further adjustment to $16 per hour on March 1, 2029. This timeline would lessen the span of disparity between the private sector employees and central government employees, while granting a gradual annual upward adjustment that gives employers more time to adjust and lessen the impact of inflation. The adjustment to $16 per hour would be more in line with the 2022-2023 living wage study, although those needs may be more at this particular time. We also recommend that the vacancies on the wage board, which are currently being filled on advice and consent of this body, to keep track of the economic and labor situation in the territory and take appropriate actions to assure a measured balance between work performed and compensation rendered. The work of the wage board should be data-driven, and future minimum wage adjustments should be tied to the consumer price index The CPI, which was at 7.1% in 2024, is down from 8.4% in 2023, or other verifiable economic and labor data to ensure the minimum wage remains relevant and fair over time. The Bureau of Economic Research urges this body to support the proposed increase to the minimum wage, as there are clear benefits to pass in such a measure. Benefits include, but are not limited to, improving the standard of living and reducing poverty, enhancing worker morale, productivity, and employee retention, boosting the local economy through consumer spending, and reducing reliance on social welfare programs. This action also has the potential to generate more government revenues in all tax categories and embolden the hand of the executive branch to contain or lessen tax leakage through increased assessments and collections. An increase to the minimum wage of the USVI can help families transition from unfavorable living conditions and circumstances and motivate workers to be more productive while reducing employee turnover. On the other hand, businesses may respond to higher labor costs by eliminating jobs or reducing hours and passing the increased labor costs on to consumers through higher prices, which can reduce the purchasing power of all consumers. Additionally, some employees may cut back on non-wage benefits such as health insurance or vacation time, or reduce investments in employee training to offset higher wage costs. Opportunities for entry-level workers and young people may be reduced, delaying entry into the workforce and limiting their future lifetime earnings. It is highly probable that a higher minimum wage will boost the local economy by putting more money into the hands of lower wage workers, who are more likely to spend it than business owners on goods and services in the community. The direct, indirect, and induced impact of a dollar spent in the local economy multiplies significantly in the form of jobs, earnings, economic output, and contributions to the GDP. This potentially results in business growth and creates a more resilient economy where families are lifted out of poverty and improve the overall standard of living. It is also a matter of fairness and economic justice to ensure that all workers earn a wage that allows them to afford basic living expenses, such as food, housing, and health care. A stagnant minimum wage usually widens the gaps of income and racial inequalities and demoralizes a society where people see constant obstacles to advancement to credit, home ownership, and better days for themselves and their families. A higher minimum wage also gives hardworking individuals and families across the territory a better likelihood of getting ahead financially and building generational wealth. Our youth, our young people in particular, need the chance, the opportunity to access opportunities that would allow them to be prepared to receive approximately $73 trillion of wealth, also known as a great wealth transfer, that will be passed on from the traditionalist and baby boomer generations to Generation X, millennials, and Generation Z across the nation and here at home over the next 10 to 20 years. There is need for financial education to become a staple in the lives of Virgin Islanders on the wise use of resources to ensure a more stable and sustainable financial future for us and generations to come. The 33% to 42% of our children who live in poverty, according to the 2024 Kids Count, must be addressed, and a path created to increase the economic mobility of our youth. We need to pay more attention to a mindset that appreciates a well-balanced way of living that reduces debt while growing savings, investing strategically, and preserving the wealth inherited from prior generations. Simple lifestyle decisions can mean the difference between prosperity and bankruptcy. As stated earlier, there are potential concerns that could be managed by way of a balanced approach to increasing the minimum wage for the U.S. Virgin Islands. In addition to short-term impact on the businesses and the risk of inflation, the proposed plan is a gradual increase, implemented over 3 to 4 years, to minimize the immediate financial shock to businesses and allow for a smooth transition. In cases where some businesses have already adjusted their wage scales, the impact would be even less. Indeed, the prudent approach to wage or salary increases, whether in the private or public sector, is a phased adjustment that helps to curb inflationary pressures that might result from a certain large wage hike and avoid wage compression that could potentially lead to worker dissatisfaction and unrest. Businesses should continue to use every tax benefit and special program opportunity available to small businesses and other economic development incentives to create a more robust and supportive, sustainable ecosystem for all employers and employees to thrive. I hereby reiterate the Bureau of Economic Research's strong support for the minimum wage increase as a critical investment in the territory's workforce and economy. The passage of this bill is a necessary step towards stronger, fairer, more prosperous, more resilient, and more sustainable Virgin Islands for everyone. It is an investment in our people and our collective future. It is also commitment to the principle that hard work should be enough to afford a decent life in the Virgin Islands. We urge you to take timely action to provide this much needed relief and opportunity to the hard-working people of this territory. Thank you, Committee Chairperson Senator Francis, for your stewardship in holding this hearing, and to Bill's sponsor, Senator Johnson, for keeping the economic well-being of our people high on the agenda of the 36th legislature. It is certainly an investment of time and resources that will pay great dividends now and in the future. We welcome the opportunity to respond to questions regarding this important hearing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haldane Davies, for your testimony there on behalf of the Bureau of Economic Research. At this time, Madam Clerk, we have one more testimony. At this time, we'll go to the clerk for reading of the testimony from the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce into the record.
Letter dated November 14th, 2020.
Please recognize the mic of the clerk. Proceed.
Letter dated November 14th, 2025. The Honorable Novelle E. Francis, Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance. St. Croix Chamber of Commerce's written testimony on Bill 36-0030. Dear Chairman Francis, nearly immediately after receiving an invitation to testify on Bill number 36-0030, which would increase the territorial minimum wage, the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce sent out a survey to its membership and began asking for opinions on the bill. Based on our survey and discussions, some members support the bill, while others do not. Important arguments about inflation, the cost of living, and burdens to businesses were raised on both sides of the issue. On the one hand, forcing businesses to increase the minimum wage would be inflationary. On the other hand, increased payments to employees will permeate throughout the economy and could benefit all businesses. Because of the disparate views expressed both in favor and in opposition to the bill, the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce will remain neutral on Bill number 36-0030 at this time. That said, the undersigned recently expressed to bill sponsor Senator Franklin Johnson that the Chamber is willing to co-sponsor town halls with the St. Croix business community to further discuss the bill and to make sure all voices are heard on this important issue. Very truly yours, Akeel St. John, Esquire, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for your testimony from the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce. I think that at this time that rounds out the testimony on Bill number 36-0030. Point of information. Well, let me recognize the presence of our Senate President, Senator Milton E. Potter. Good morning, Mr. President. Welcome. And Senator Kurt Vieira, you're recognized for your point of information at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Commissioner Molloy, I know one of your concerns was the implementation date. You have it in your testimony, and you requested an amendment to make sure that the minimum wage would rise to $12 on March 1st, 2026. But the way that the original bill was written, that was already embedded in the bill, because the original bill said that the first increase would take place 90 days after passage. So the estimation was that this bill would pass sometime in December, and that 90 days after would be March. So we won't put it in the specific date, we'll put it in 90 days after, and then the 2027, it would then go to the $14. So the original amendment to the bill has in that particular language. And I think, in fact, the original amendment gave a little flexibility, because the original amendment is going to start 90 days after, and then the second implementation will start on June 1st. So June 1st would give those businesses like a year and 2 or 3 months for the second implementation, and then the third implementation will be June 1st of the next year. So the original amendment addressed all of those concerns, with the exception of one. An original amendment does not exclude the high school students, and the chair is going to speak to that at later. So we'll recirculate, get the original amendment to you, so you can see that it did, in fact, address the concerns that you outlined. Thank you so much.
I'll allow the commissioner to respond, but I think one of his suggestions was that there should be a definitive date, so you don't have one employer moving towards a date while others then lag behind. So if there's a March 1st or whatever that date will be, it'll be an equal movement throughout, versus individuals then determine when they want to make that that adjustment. So I think that was a fair suggestion in terms of a definitive date, but I'll let you respond. I think that's kind of what I read into what you were saying.
Yes, good morning again. Gary Molloy, Commissioner of Labor. Yes, Senators. We responded to the original amendment first, and then a second amendment came on November 13th, and the second amendment clarified those dates, and we are in favor of those dates.
And the reason why the 90-day language was originally inserted when the Assistant Commissioner was the crafter of this bill is because we don't know how quick legislation will go through or how long it will take. We don't know whether it's going to pass or it's going to be vetoed. So the original idea was that 90 days after implementation, then the Department of Labor, once it passed, would be able to send out that notice that by this particular date, it must be implemented. Because March 1st would be 60 days. If it passed in December, sometime in December, it would be 60 days. And we really wanted to give a 90-day window, because March 1st would just be January and February. Yeah, so you wanted to give that 90-day window for employers to be able to be prepared, and that's why you didn't have in a definitive date, because all the dates had to be changed because the bill wasn't heard in the last legislature, so all the dates had to be revised. So that was just the understanding, but we were able to move forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Thank you, Senator Violet. Point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson, you recognize your point of information?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's a wonderful dialogue so far, and I appreciate it. But I want to ask testifier Scott Barber, because in his testimony, he's citing the CBO, which is a national. Can you identify any Virgin Islands specific or data that shows that previous minimum wage increase here causes for anyone to lose job? Because you're dealing with a national, but when we did the last minimum wage in 2018, do you have any data or statistics to show that it costs jobs here in the Virgin Islands?
The answer to that question, Senator, is no, I do not have that data. When we found out about the...
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for that. So we'll open up at this time for a 5-minute round by my colleagues. On the order that will be going in is we have Senator Maurice James at first, Senator Frank Frederick will be second, Senator Blyden, Senator Fonseca, Senator DeGraff, Senator Vielle, and Senator Potter, and I'll be asking questions in between. And I just really want to start off by saying that, well, actually, Dr. Davies, in regards to the whole discussion about, today's discussion is really talking about the minimum wage increase. However, a living wage, determines how a family would be able to earn a living and get them out of poverty. So I'm hoping that this whole discussion about the minimum wage today is really getting us closer to what a living wage may look like. Have you have a perspective or any research have been done in that area?
Thank you, Senator Haldane Davies, Director of Bureau of Economic Research. The research that was done by the Bureau, and some of which I related in my testimony, made it clear what is needed and necessary for any family to get to a living wage. I recall when I served on the board of the Economic Development Authority, approvals that were granted, one of the questions that I stuck to was for all companies coming to the territory should be rewarding our people at a living wage level and not at the minimum wage level. From our perspective, the 2022-2023 living wage study has not yet been updated. We will proceed to look at that, but we recommended also that if we're able to take this up to about $16, it will bring people more in line with what's required for a living wage.
Very well, thank you for sharing that. Another concern that obviously was very prevalent in our decision towards the addressing of the issue during the federal shutdown and the SNAP recipients, or that in fact we're really some of those recipients or the beneficiaries were working class people. Mm-hmm. And some of the numbers that you provided, you continue to talk about with benefits, right. with benefits, because again, despite these individuals earning a decent salary, getting paid, they still require some level of benefit. So when we think about it, a lot of times, we believe that SNAP recipients are those individuals that are just within their home, they're not doing anything, and nothing happens. But the reality is, in fact, these are working class individuals that still cannot meet that living wage requirement. Would you agree with that or not?
Correct. In a number of cases, that's the situation, Senator. A few weeks ago, we shared quite a lot of statistics with respect to the earning capacity and potential of individuals based on their educational achievement. And individuals within our community who have less than a high school diploma earn on average, the median is about $21,000 per year. That puts many of our people in a challenging situation. And thus we need to be able, with the balance of encouraging more individuals to advance learning and education, be able also to help to match that within the context of what people are paid and how they're remunerated.
Okay, very well. Thank you. And Commissioner Molloy, real quickly, there's a notion in our community by the business community, of course, is that the FUTA tax could have been taken care of by the GVI, the government of the Virgin Islands, and thereby bringing some level of relief to the business community. How would you respond to that notion?
Very carefully, Senator, because the part of the reason why the FUTA tax debt is there was because the department had to borrow on behalf of the employers that didn't have the requisite contributions in the system to make payments. And so technically, the government is borrowed on behalf of the employers, and so they're paying back the principal, and the government is assisting with paying the interest.
Okay, very well. I'm sure there'll be some discussion back and forth in how they feel about that, but I'll take that response for now. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, everyone inside, outside the room, testifiers and colleagues and staff. I want to start with Dr. Davies. On page 5, you say we recommend that vacancies on the wage board be filled. Who has to fill those vacancies?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. Those vacancies, as I've seen, are listed on the website of the Division of Personnel, and individuals are currently being sought. So that
I didn't ask that question.
Right.
You're talking to an attorney.
The executive branch is responsible.
And the executive branch is who?
The Office of the Governor.
No, it's who? Who? There is a person. The
governor.
Wow. I had to lead you through that. Have you been speaking to the governor about appointing people to the wage board? That's where I was really going, and then you went all around the wall.
Yeah. We've looked at not just the wage board, but a number of other
Have you
boards.
been making recommendations to the governor for the wage board?
I have not personally done that.
Okay. You have that in your testimony. So when you said that, we recommend that vacancies be filled, you're really talking to the governor of the Virgin Islands. In this testimony today, you said,
right.
I don't think the governor is the kind of guy that would be upset by you saying this now. You're just saying we also recommend that vacancies on the wage board be filled. Once you put that statement there, it jumped at me. Well, who's on the wage board? How many people are on the wage board right now?
Gary Molloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. To my knowledge, the wage board has been inactive since 2016, but it's a 7-member board that's appointed by the governor and with the advice and consent of the legislature.
Yeah, okay, now, Commissioner, given this legislation, where we are, the legislature is taking on the function of the wage board, if you think about it, should we just dismantle the wage board, get rid of it? Is it necessary then, if we're going to have boards that are not functioning from 2016, next year will be 10 years, do you recommend, I put me in a hot seat right now, do you recommend us just repealing the wage board?
I would not recommend. I think it needs to be in place, and just having this session just shows the importance of having a consistent manner in which wages would be addressed.
Yeah, okay, I wanted to find out. Dr. Davies, I'm coming back to you because your testimony jumped out at me in a lot of different ways. You mentioned that the private sector, we have 25,936 people in the private sector?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
Based on information from the Bureau of Labor.
Okay, that's really a good point to raise because I think sometimes we forget the amount of people we have in the private sector. So I want to thank you for pointing that out. We have a tendency to think it's only government workers who live in the Virgin Islands and not realizing that taxes come from the private sector to pay, right?
Correct.
So I'm glad you pointed that out. And now I want to get to something else that you have here that was interesting to me, Dr. Davies, and that is the great wealth transfer.
Right.
Okay. It doesn't, what's interesting about that is that You say it's going to happen in 10 to 20 years. I want my children to take note of that, the great wealth transfer. But I want to point out and ask you, I'm always trying to understand if we are also in the Virgin Islands going to be passing on all this wealth to Generation X, millennial, well, Generation X, they're already adults and old, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's forget about Generation X. Millennials, Generation Z, Alpha, those people. How do you reconcile that statement in that paragraph with the following statement about the poverty that exists in the Virgin Islands? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I agree with you, and I can only speak for St. Croix. I'm not familiar with St. Thomas. We sometimes ignore the amount of homeowners we have on the island of St. Croix, where, I mean, if you think about, especially like people like to talk, the middle of the island, right? With going all the way from Constitution Hill all the way down to Wim. How do you reconcile that statement with the kids count statistics?
Thank you for that question. Great question. Within any country, there's usually inequities and inequalities.
1 minute.
Take, for instance, Haiti. Not far from us. There are many people in Haiti who are filthy rich. Okay? Doing very well. But then the overwhelming majority of the population are in poverty. And it happens across the region, it happens across the world, even across our nation. And in a similar way, it is here with us in the territory. There are just a small number of individuals that pay a significant amount of taxes here in this territory. And if we had the chance to look at all of that data and information, it could be quite telling and would inform us even more. But those inequities exist in our community, and we want to ensure that we have a better balance to bring more for people up from where they are.
Time.
So that the quality of life and living could be more meaningful for all.
Thank you. One more question, sir? Okay, thank you. The other question I have is, you know, I don't necessarily agree, this is Dr. Davies again. I actually had one more besides that. For Mr. Ford, the Assistant Commissioner. But I will just say this to you. You don't have to respond, Dr. Davies, because I do want former Senator to respond.
Okay.
When you said some businesses have already adjusted their wage scales, but if they move the people below, because there are always people below the ones they're paying 15, they will then have to move those up also. So that's another impact that I wanted to point out to you, sir. And I wanted to ask you, former Senator, Assistant Commissioner, right? No?
Yes. No.
What's your impression now that after all these years that you've passed this legislation, do you think it should have been done sooner, given the time that has elapsed? What's your take on the fact that you're sitting right in front of us now with a similar situation? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And good morning, Senator. Thank you very much. Jean Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor. Certainly, I think that we are heading in the right direction as the needs of the people are before us today, and that's what we are addressing. I only wished, however, that in fact a wage board had been formed as the bill called for. Then it will be, we would have eliminated here today because we would have had something that's recommended and that would have been really viable to help the economy in general.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James, for your line of questions. Dr. Davies, what salary do you consider middle income earners earning at this time? What would you consider the middle class salary?
Based on the information that we related, Senator, that would fall more within it's around $55,000 per year with benefits that individuals would need to be earning to live comfortably. However, that's just at the bare minimum. But there's always room, or should always be room, for improvement. And based on the economy and the types of jobs we have available, sometimes there are more high-paying jobs in the economy than at other times. When we had the refinery operational and running, we had more high-paying jobs on St. Croix. And even from the 2020 census, we've seen where in a number of cases, or in some cases, earnings are a bit higher, not significantly so, but a bit higher on St. Croix than on St. Thomas St. John.
You know, the national level is about $75,000.
Right.
And cost of living here in the Virgin Islands is a lot more expensive. So even at 53, we're looking at the middle class is really a lower class. Technically, when you do a comparison to the national levels.
Correct. And that's what our census says, you know, based on information gathered from our population. That's where we are. But the goal is not for us to be there. We need to be doing better moving forward.
Very well. At this time, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Frederick. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good morning, colleagues, listening and viewing audience. My wonderful office, the office of Senator Hubert L. Frederick, central staff, the best, and Virgin Islanders all over the planet. This is a very interesting topic for me. First time I get an opportunity to approach this issue differently than my colleagues. Not because, and I like a diverse body because then you get different viewpoints. My first question is, Dr. Davies, if you can you please tell me how many people are estimated to be impacted by this proposed legislation? How many people?
That's a very good question. I don't have the exact figure at this time.
Nobody knows. We're making it.
However, what I would say, I would estimate it at between maybe 30 and 40% of their population. Within that context.
30 to 40% of our population makes minimum wage.
If I may,
Dr.
Senator.
Molloy.
Yes, I can ask Director Halyard to share some information, if possible.
Gary Halyard, Department of Labor. In looking at our data from 2024, it's approximately about 14,650 or so individuals that make within that minimum wage number. Currently, it's a little higher than the 1050, about, as we said in our testimony, where it's at. So that's where it's at. It's about 14,000 individuals.
14,000. And the benefit of making that kind of money now is that you're eligible for public assistance, right?
I don't know all the thresholds or means testing for public assistance, but if they do qualify, yes, they can.
do. So then we should look at what economic benefit they get because of those additional public benefits they get and the wage, right? Because it's a subsidized job at that level.
It all depends. I mean, you can study it. It all depends on what they're getting and what programs they're on and what.
So we didn't look into that. No one looked into the fact that we're talking about minimum wage employees, which is only private sector, because now we know, there's no public employee that's a minimum wage employee. We should know what the overall impact is economically, how much the employee is paying that employee, and how much public assistance that employee is getting. So we have a holistic view of how much wages or income this household is actually getting. No one looked at that.
want
Well,
to say?
it'll be a bit difficult. You're going to have to get the rules and the registers for everyone that's going to make or is getting public assistance. You
No,
can
we're
do it on
talking
a
about
high level.
averaging. No, we're talking about averaging.
Well, on average, you can do that,
No,
but you
that's
still...
what we're doing here. We
you
can't go
still-
based on every single anything. We
True.
have to average anything. So, okay, clearly no one did that. Did anyone invite a mom or pop business to present their viewpoint on this bill? Since this is going to directly affect those people, I see, the government is presented in this option. Good. We already gave an increase to the minimum wage for public employees. So I'm looking for the actual people who are impacted by this measure. I don't see one. And that's one of the things we always agree to. If we're going to develop public policy, it has to be equitable. It has to be fair. We have to know that everyone has a fair chance to at least express their viewpoint when something like this is going to affect them. It's not going to affect me. It's not going to affect you. We don't own a mom and pop business. It's going to affect them. And they should have been here to give their viewpoint. But we continue.
1 minute.
Our discussion talks about with benefits, without benefits. No private entity in the Virgin Islands, no private corporation who have employees making minimum wage have benefits. None. So your analysis, Dr. Davies talked about, with benefits, without benefits. None of those poor people, unfortunately, the mom and pops, that's zero. They don't have any
30
healthcare.
seconds.
They don't have any dental. They don't have any eye care. So the analysis should focus on those people because that's where this bill is going to impact. No one else.
Thank you, Senator. And yes, when an individual may be at a disadvantage, whatever we can do to help individuals move from where they are to where they desire to be and where
Time.
we as fellow brothers and sisters in this community want to make sure that our standard of living becomes better, we should do that. And that is what this bill, in our estimation, is proposing. Beyond that, the key here is for us to look at where we are in the territory. It's not for us to stay where we are, but for us to improve, to grow. And that's the context of the testimonies here today, is that we move forward, we improve each other, we do not,
Yeah, but
those who are well
excuse me,
off go and then others stay behind.
I understand.
Right.
But forgive me, my time has been calling. Mr. Chair, if I could do one more. Specifically speaking, the businesses that are impacted by this bill, they pay grocery receipts, they pay payroll taxes, VIESA, unemployment taxes, FICA, workman's comp. I want people to understand how much taxes small businesses pay at that level. We're not talking about the bigger private companies, the tiny ones, the ones that fill Main Street on all 4 towns. If we expect to see those towns come back and flourish, we have to consider public policy
Time.
that would help us.
If I may.
Yeah, and I figure that we saw that in the responses from the chambers, St. Croix and Thomas St. John, where they are in favor of the measure, but in a stepped way. So they did their homework, I think, Senator, in being able to get out to speak with the mom and pop operators and then speak on their behalf.
With all due respect, one of them punted. Thank you very much for the additional time, Mr. Chair.
If I may.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for your line of question. Mr. Commissioner, you wanted to respond?
I just wanted to just indicate that the Department of Labor is a member of both chambers, the St. Thomas St. John and the Chamber, St. Croix Chamber of Commerce. Surveys did go out and to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to place their input on the record. We did not participate in the survey because we knew we were coming to provide testimony. But I also want to give you another side to this, if I may. The Department of Labor, we have seen where private sector employers have given increases to their particular employees. And those employees, I'm saying this very, very carefully, have in fact come to the Department of Labor to pretty much file a complaint against the employer. Not for, when we start our investigation, it's not because the employer did anything wrong. In several cases, the employee are asking labor to intervene so that they do not get the increase, so that they can stay on one of the social programs. And so it's important to know that they are below a living wage. And so raising this minimum wage is going to help everybody, including those subsidized programs. And so Department of Labor and Human Services, we have the same population. Our databases share information because those individuals that are most likely to exceed or stay on the unemployment rolls, in most cases, are the ones that qualify for some of the social programs as well. So there's a lot of cross communication. So we are factoring in those individuals, at least in our testimonies, to indicate that the minimum wage needs to be raised.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your response there. Before we go to Senator Johnson for his point of information, I wanted to ask Scott Barber, are you still on the line? Do you represent a mom and pop?
I am still on the line, yes.
Yes. Do you represent mom and pop stores or employers?
There are certain mom and pop stores that are members of the chamber, yes.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your point of information.
Mr. Chair, you asked my point because I'm quite sure when I see the Chamber of Commerce, I know that they represent all business owners. And there are going to be some that takes part with the chambers and some that don't. But you know, I'll let you go. But we got to understand this. We talk about that big, beautiful bill. And that big, beautiful bill is going to take some of these people off and send them to look work. And if we don't raise this minimum wage and leave it where it's at, when that big, beautiful bill take them off of these benefits, then what are they going to get? What are they going to make under the cost of living, this high cost of living that we have here? So let's not play like we know what's going on here. The big, beautiful bill already tells some of them, they got to start putting in X amount of hours. They got to start volunteering. So pay attention close to what's happening around this territory and throughout the world, that if we don't put these people to a decent wage, they're going to fall to where? Something they can't even get. So let's pay attention and stay focused that things are happening even faster than we are moving these wages for these people. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Maurice James, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to find out when that happens, a situation like that you just spoke about happens, what's the outcome? Is it then, because the employer has to abide by the law, especially if we pass the law now, increasing the minimum wage. So what would be the outcome in a situation like that?
Well, Gary Molloy, Commissioner of Labor, our labor relations and our team would have to have a coming to Jesus discussion with the employee, because you would have two choices. One, you either leave the job and look for another situation, but in terms of us taking any action against the employer to ask them to roll back the increase, that's something that we would not get involved in.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Frederick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Molloy, you're saying that the employer, the applicant that approach the Department of Labor would then have to find a job that pays less to still be qualified for the benefits they currently receive. That's what you're saying.
Well,
and we're cutting that out. We're capping it out. We're saying no.
No, what I am saying is that that employer is giving that employee an increase. That employee does not want the increase because it jeopardizes.
What's the what choices does the employee have at this point?
And
can't go back down.
All I'm saying is that him or her could either negotiate with the employer, or because it's based on terms of conditions of employment. Once it's not below the minimum wage, we're not involved. But other than that, to be able to retain those programs, you need to be within an income level. So if those income levels does not rise, then you're going to have to look
And
for
we're
another
talking
job.
about MAP and stuff, real critical services that they do need. See, this is what we need to think about. Raising the minimum wage could impact families in that respect.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. I just quickly want to say before I go to Senator Blyden that the market, St. Thomas and Croix, their starting cashier's salary or minimum is $13. Kmart, St. Thomas, $12.50. Costs you less. St. Croix, $12.35 starting minimum wage for the cashiers. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audience, staff, central staff. Good morning, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I must preface my questions with a few brief remarks, as I am one of only 2 persons in this body who had the honor of being a sponsor of Act number 7856, enacted in 2016, which was the first time in 70 years that a bill was enacted, which actually increased the minimum wage for Virgin Islands workers. Previous bills had simply matched the federal minimum wage. I must give credit to where credit is due by applauding the author of that bill, Assistant Commissioner Gene Ford, who made a tremendous contribution to the working people of the territory during his tenure as a senator. In addition to increasing the minimum wage, Act number 7856 recognized that for the quality of life of workers and for the health of businesses and the economy, it is important to increase the minimum wage in a phased-in manner. In short, that it's better to have small and frequent increases in the minimum wage than to have a large increase every 5 years or more. The Act also recognized that such decisions should be guided by experts based on economic conditions rather than political considerations. For that reason, Act number 7856 calls on the governor to nominate members to a wage board, which has the responsibility of reviewing and setting a minimum wage on an annual basis, similar to what is being recommended by the government's chief economist, Dr. Davies. Unfortunately, however, 2 administrations in 3 gubernatorial terms have failed to appoint members to this board. I wrote to the governor in May of 2023, urging him to bring relief to over 10,000 workers in the Virgin Islands by naming members to the wage board, so that the minimum wage could be increased in a rational and non-political way. To this day, there has been no action or official response from the governor. This is what led me last year to join with Senator Johnson in an effort to raise the minimum wage through legislation, including working with him on the language of the bill. This is why, although I welcome support from any quarter I can get, I am puzzled that the governor's sudden concern for the minimum wage, when for the last 7 years he has had in his power to put regular minimum wage increases in place simply by the stroke of a pen. And that's real. I also applaud the fact that the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce supports some increase in the minimum wage, although I simply cannot agree with their position that the minimum wage should be frozen for 3 years, with no provisions for regular increases going forward. Do merchants freeze their prices for 3 years regardless of changes in the costs? They don't. Further, it should be clear by now that for the good of workers and for the health of the economy, the best approach to the minimum wage is to increase it in small and regular increments rather than in large chunks. Particularly, experiences and the economists both agree on this point. And I believe that it is the approach we must continue to follow. I have concerns about one provision of the amendment. What is the rationale for excluding persons in high school and under the age of 18 from the protections of the minimum wage law? As written, this amendment would allow employers to pay such persons at the federal minimum wage, which is $7.25 an hour. Does anyone here think that is fair? Further, it doesn't reflect the rationale of our community. Unfortunately, it is not just young people working at gas stations and convenience stores and fast food restaurants. It is also working adults with families that are affected. This is putting those older adults in an unfair disadvantage, as employers will seek to lower their costs by hiring minors, who, by the way, less likely to engage in labor organization. This is one of the battles that we fought successfully with the passage of Act number 7856, and it concerns me to see backward movement in this regard. If someone is able to do a job, regardless of age, gender, race, color, or creed, they should be paid equally for their work. If we want to pursue options for persons to receive less pay while learning on the job, there are apprenticeship programs by the Department of Labor which provides for those individuals by law. Let us not be a part of encouraging the exploitation of our workers.
30 seconds.
And I want to address something in Mr. Barber's testimony from the Chamber of Commerce. He have a chart here with different states and the minimum wage for those states. You have California at $16.50, Hawaii at $14, Maryland at $15, New York at $16.50, the Virgin Islands at $10.50. We are honestly, compared to those states I just spoke of, in terms of our economy, the cost of living, but the different states, in those states, you can afford to buy a house, you can't afford to buy a house in the Virgin Islands. It's unreachable for many families. The price of food and groceries is unacceptable, and also supplied in terms of products. So I do not think there is no comparison with those states, because we are in a whole different space. We are on an island, a territory, away from everything else. But nonetheless, I want to thank the main sponsor again, Senator Johnson, for bringing this legislation forward. It's important, and I believe that we should move forward on this piece of legislation, and it will make a big difference in our people's lives. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, also to those by teams and the listening and viewing audience. Okay, I think Bill number 36-0030 is a good bill. I'd like to congratulate both of the sponsor, primary sponsor and the co-sponsor. I think it's fair. At $12 an hour, it'd be $24,960 based on a full-time employee, and at 16, it'll go up to $33,280, which is a decent. Right now, it's at $21,840. At 1050, it'll be at $21,840. So you'll go from 21. I think the end date is 2029. Yeah, by 2029, you'll go up to 33,000. So I think it's fair. Excuse me. We got testimony from Mr. Davies that it would reduce poverty and potentially increase consumer spending. Definitely, based on the family income that I receive from Medicaid, it would reduce the dependence for some families on, government assistance, SNAP, Medicaid, housing assistance, et cetera, et cetera. And I believe it would improve worker morale and productivity, because you're working now, you'll be able to buy your chicken. I don't want to call a name, but I think it's Kentucky, something like that. That price is going up. Your Whopper bill, we all know about Whopper. And believe it or not, too, your Via bill, or one, that's what they call it now, right? 1 or 2 or 3, that bill is going up a lot. It's incredible how that bill, your cable bill, going up. So I think it's a good bill. I want to ask you, Mr. Davies, what is the median household income in the Virgin Islands? I think you mentioned it before.
Yes, we did, and I'll begin and yield to
no, I just
Ms.
want a number.
Liebert.
About
Yeah, no dissertation. Just give me the number.
Bernicia Library, Senior Project Analyst, about 55,000 to 65,000 in between that range.
55. Okay, so you know, that's actually great because I researched Mississippi, the state of Mississippi, which is the lowest medium income, and they're at 54,203. So that means we're actually doing better than one of the states. I don't know. I know Alabama and Louisiana was low. So people of the Virgin Islands, that's good. We're doing better as far as family medium income than at least a few of the states. Okay, so that's good. Now I want to ask you now, Commissioner Molloy, you mentioned something that was kind of troubling, and you're saying that some families on that lower threshold, if they lose the government benefits, they're at a certain threshold where it's more important to retain those benefits than to get the additional increase in the pay. Is that how I was understanding that?
Yes, Gary Molloy, our Commissioner of Labor. Yes, we've had some situations that come to the Department of Labor that we had to address, that address that manner.
Okay, so I want to ask you to, Mr. Molloy or Mr. Davies, you could jump in. So would this also tend to lower the employee turnover in businesses? If the employees are making more, you'd figure they'd want to stay and not look for a job elsewhere? Give me your comments on that.
I'll start. Yes, and in our testimony, that's one of the benefits in terms of higher increases. In terms of Director Halliard can share some information. When I mentioned the research, we do the surveys locally here within the territory through our local BLS and can give some more specifics if necessary.
Okay, so if the employees have less turnover, that means they'd have more experienced employees. And then I think that would be good for the employers if they have more experienced staff. So I think that's another plus. I want to ask you, do you think it would also contribute to increasing worker morale and productivity?
Certainly so. When individuals feel that their work is recognized and they're remunerated accordingly, that morale would normally tend to improve.
Okay, and Commissioner Molloy, Dr. Commissioner?
Yes, in our testimony as well, we mentioned that improved productivity is one of the items that we mentioned.
Okay, so Mr. Davis, now I want to ask you now, particularly increasing consumer spending. I know this is your expertise. Give us some areas how you think this would increase consumer spending and how would it affect the GDP overall in the Virgin Islands.
When individuals, Haldane Davies, Director of Bureau of Economic Research, when individuals have access to additional income, they would tend to utilize the money to acquire the things that they longed for, and thus would increase spending in the economy. If that dollar will then multiply, direct, indirect, induced impact, that will then impact a number of other areas in the economy, like jobs, economic output, and GDP as well.
Okay, good. So, no health insurance. Would this adversely affect employees with health insurance, or would it positively affect the health insurance?
Time.
I would figure if someone already has health insurance, it is good for them. For those who may not have, there would be some additional income to help to offset those costs.
Okay, so overall, I think the positives definitely outweigh any, I wouldn't even say negative, any adverse effects. It's good for the employees, it's good for the economy, it reduces poverty. So I'm definitely in favor of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Before we go to Senator DeGraff, who will be the next senator, followed by Senator VLA, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Carla J. Joseph. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff, the minority leader. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They keep saying, careful what you say, and how you say it when it comes to these type of topics, because you don't want to mash people's foot. Well, the first thing I'm going to start off with is yes. I didn't hear anybody say they vote yes, so I vote yes to support the bill. You know, because when you take into consideration debt-to-income ratio, down payment amount, credit history, this helps going toward those things of independence for our Virgin Islanders. You know, and all of us as proud Virgin Islanders, we know that our people from back in the day were house rich and cash poor because they weren't making these kind of wages, but they own property, they own houses. And over the years, you know, that's why I have so many abandoned properties here, because they belong to Virgin Islanders. You know, the only thing now I would say in the amendment that changes the 50 to 60, since we are doing the tiered process, I totally don't agree with 15. I would leave it at the 16. I don't see the major issue once we are doing the tiered system and accommodating the business owners, because for me it's not about us versus them, or the consumer versus the business owner, or the employee versus the employer. It's about what's right. And given that tiered process, it helps to make the whole process right. So even though my colleague, I stand in full support of the bill, I think the amendment in putting the changing from 16 to 15, I don't really see that needing to even be necessary. Now, in terms of Commissioner Molloy, in regards to, well, no, you know, actually, Assistant Commissioner Ford, your bill for the minimum wage increase was in 2016 or 18?
No, I think 2016? Yeah, 2016.
Okay, 'cause I thought it was in 18 when we voted on it. Okay, so I just making sure. Okay, yeah. And then Mr. Barber, do you have a copy of the amendment that is before us, amendment number 36-622?
I believe I was sent a copy of it, yes.
Okay, so were you able to see the tiered system within the years? You have any issues with that process?
Yes, we have a challenge with the tiered system. We through the chamber prefer that it would be a set amount, and at a later time, as it needs to be increased, it be increased. And the reason for that is because to make a tiered system, we're making it automatic, and business has no idea of what could have happened during the future. We have no idea what, as I mentioned in my testimony, what this big, beautiful bill is going to do, what AI is going to do, what other issues. I mean, God forbid, another hurricane next year comes up, and we all get hit with this, and now we're stuck with this thing, and then we got to go through the process of having an amendment, which always isn't the easiest thing. So we would prefer to not have a tiered system.
Okay, so you say just to do it one time.
1 minute.
Reasonable to the business owner.
Correct. The business community, who is the major ones who's going to be impacted by this, not government obviously, but business community. The majority of the business community does not agree with a tiered system. You may find some that do, but the majority will not.
So 10-15 to 15 is too much?
According to all of the details that we've thought about, yes.
So what number you're going based on?
The number that we submitted was $13 an hour.
13?
Correct.
Okay.
And once again, statistics show
30 seconds.
that allows someone to get started as an employee, but 70% of people within the first year will move out of a minimum wage position. because they've now proven themselves or they've gotten the skills that are necessary.
Okay, the $13 would be what we just left from the $27.40 is where we'll take the annual salary to.
Correct.
Okay.
Time.
Okay. Just in closing, Mr. Chair, I think is for, as my colleague mentioned, we are the wage board right now, and we're going to make this decision a reality. And then whatever wage board decides after, that's on them. But right now, we are the wage board, and we're going to make it happen. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Craig Viola, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just about most jurisdictions, when they implement minimum increases, do it through a tiered system. They just don't do it one time. They do it gradually, a certain amount one year and then the next year. If legislation passed now and there's some major issue in reference to the economy, anybody could change it. You could adjust that particular legislation. So it's not stuck in stone. There's no way the legislature will sit here and know that there are adverse conditions and don't act. But I think that this is a gradual increase, and we must remember that the cost of living in the Virgin Islands is very high. The cost of living in St. Croix high. Cost of living in St. Thomas higher. The cost of living in St. John, my God. So it is a reality. And we can't have a discussion about raising minimum wages and then say that we're going to impact social programs so we can't do it. That's not the right discussion. You guys realize what kind of discussion that is? Oh, let's not raise it because we want everybody to qualify for social services. Every jurisdiction across the nation trying to wean the population in the next direction to become middle income. Why are we going in the opposite direction? Don't you realize all the issues that come with that? We can't have that type of discussion. You know the issues that come with not wanting to advance your skills and be able to make additional monies? Didn't you have a workforce program at the Department of Labor for a number of years with federal monies?
Yes, Senator.
The sponsor of the bill spoke about the big, beautiful bill. If we have not woken up yet, I don't know what else is going to take. But do you really believe that everything is going to stay the same that it is? This legislature trying to jumpstart everybody? Because there's a point, as of, I think, last week, the administration clearly said everybody on SNAP got to be recertified, got to reapply. We're going to purge hundreds of thousands off of the list. That's indirect. And we are here playing and acting this, we want this and that. No, we got to be for real. And we got to be encouraging individuals to be able to move to the next step. And we got to be creating this workforce development and the CTEC school we're talking about so people could get the necessary skills. Because on the flip side, all you're hearing the argument is, we don't have enough employees. We don't have enough employees. We have jobs. I just passed across a job site. I said, good morning. They said, buenos dias. That's the reality. You go in the grocery stores and you seen a bunch of people in the construction uniform talking Creole. So don't tell me they're not jobs. We're scared to say that we need to move to that level where we could train our individuals and they could get those jobs. The jobs are there. Every time we have a minimum wage bill, minimum salary bill, wage, this is wage, and I'll come into you after Mr. Molloy. Every time we have a minimum wage bill, there's an argument. Oh, you shouldn't raise it, you shouldn't raise it. But you could raise the price of a bag of rice 50 cents. One swoop. 25% you raise it. And it's okay. Everybody got to pay it because you need to eat. But give an employee $1 more. Oh, God, we can't afford it. Really? Really? The issue we got to look at is how we're going to be able to control the increase in prices after this raise going, because they're not trying to take the raise away one time. And somehow we got to be able to see that increases are justified and are not just taking place because you believe the employee could pay more. You know, if stores and everything on this island charge reasonable price, they're going to make more money because people can still spend the same amount of money and the dollar is going to circulate more. But there's a certain level of other stuff involved that is really holding us hostage. But Mr. Molloy, I know that you have raised the minimum salary in your department. You have done all the NOPAs to 35,000. Those NOPAs are done in OMB, ready to be processed for everyone in your department?
We've submitted the information to OMB, yes.
And 1 minute.
What is the expectation as to when these employees will get the minimum salary increase?
Right now, it's based on some adjustments that have to be done within our budget because the funding has to go. We have to readjust within our budget. But
we identified the funding. This body identified the funding for the increase for all 600 plus employees. It was in a lump sum. It was a line item. The OMB director said he's going to parcel those additional monies out to each department according to the number of employees. So the monies are there. So you ain't got to look for money.
Well, our spreadsheets have been in.
We got to get this in. I just point this out there. This is 600 employees. Okay? It was supposed to be in effect the end of October. There's 2 paydays. This government has the ability to produce check, and we just proved it. We print 8,000 snap check in 2 days. 8,000, $2.7 million. The minimum wage increase is $3 million. Less than $300,000 a month. Let's get those NOPAs done. It's unfair. It's unfair. That mandate should have been out to every single department that those NOPAs need to be processed. Let's get it done and get those people their money by next PD. It's only fair. We showed that we could print 8,000 check in 2 days. Let's print 600 9 days from now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. I certainly join in with you on that. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, at this time, there should be some movement in being able to address the increase to those employees. Everywhere I go in the community, they keep asking, when are they going to see this increase? You know, we'll have to take a position at some point is that nothing ain't gonna move until such time as we're able to ensure that our employees get their $35,000. It's unfair. So we've been good stewards. We've been working with the executive branch to move things along, and at some point, we'll have to exercise the nuclear options and saying, you know what I mean, let's get this done, or else nothing moves. It's long overdue now. Senator Milton Potter, Senate President, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to our testifiers. I wanted to start by asking the Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Barber. Mr. Barber.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And thank you very much for spending some time with us here this morning on this very important matter. Can the Chamber provide a realistic household budget showing how a single person or a single parent with 1 child can meet basic needs in the USVI on a $10.50 per hour or even a $13 per hour wage?
You say, can we provide you with a budget?
With a realistic, I don't expect you to give me anything scientific, but I guess my point is, I cannot see how a resident of this territory, given our aggressive cost of living, can function in a household where they are making $10.50 per hour or even $13 an hour. So I just wanted your thoughts on that. Just briefly.
Well, I don't think that we can look at it from the standpoint without the statistics of being able to say that one employee who's making that is the head of a household. I believe in many cases that's someone who is a supportive person within the household. Now, there may be instances where that person might be the head household head of the household. But then they also have another person who may be at minimum wage, who's also a member of the same household.
Right.
Add those two together, and you've got a $45,000 income for a person who starts at that wage, but will move up when they've proven themselves, just like how all minimum wages start. So I don't think that we can look at it from the standpoint of necessarily that's always going to be a head of a household by themselves.
Right. I think your point is well taken, but I think you've answered the question basically, which is it just can't be done. A singular person who's the head of a household making $13 an hour, it just can't be done. Because you're saying that person would have to combine their income with somebody else making $13 an hour or more in order to have a shot at surviving in this very aggressive economy. So you've answered the question. But I wanted to ask you, though, as a follow-up, about you said that 2/3 of the minimum wage workers move above minimum wage within 1 year. Do you have USVI-specific data on wage progression, or are you just basically extrapolating from mainland studies?
I do not have those studies for the Virgin Islands.
Okay. Thank you. You cite Mark Wilson's research that minimum wage increases harm disadvantaged groups most. In the USVI context, where the majority population is already a minority group nationally, how do you reconcile this with local economic realities?
I can provide information with what was shared from the data that I collected, and that was collected to present this information. We have not been able to receive any specifics from the Department of Labor or the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We have not been able to or had time to really do that research.
1 minute.
Okay. Department of Labor, can you care to weigh in on that?
Gary Molloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. I'll defer to Director Halyard, the Director of Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Gary Halyard, Department of Labor. The next, I guess, based on us collecting occupational information, the next level I would see, which you would say would be like a median, and that's really the middle of the road when we look at those that are going to be impacted.
30 seconds.
It's about $15.86 on average that this group of people that we're trying to impact, that's where they're at, around the median.
Okay. Okay. I mean, Mr. Barber, you argued that the economy hasn't rebounded. And I think you make a persuasive argument that the economy hasn't rebounded to pre-hurricane levels. But if we wait for the perfect economic moment, when will that be? You know, will we always be dealing with some level of economic uncertainty? What's your thoughts?
Absolutely. There's always going to be, because we can never predict the future. So there's certain things that we can see, but there's also certain things, as I suggested in my testimony, that are unknowns that it might not necessarily be the best bet to make long-term decisions for short-term steps that we're making. Each year is that short-term step, whereas a 5 and 6 and 7 year time frame where we're saying, well, we're going to increase it again, and then we're going to increase it again, and then we're going to increase it again. The business community does not think that's the best way to move this.
I appreciate your comments. One final, if I may, Mr. Chair. I just wanted you to talk a little bit about AI. I know that's dominating the scene. You mentioned AI as an unknown factor, arguing against automatic increases. Can you provide, just based on your membership, can you provide specific examples of how AI might replace minimum wage jobs in the USVI service economy over the next 2 to 5 years?
Is that question for me, Senator?
Yes, and I can have labor weigh in on it also. But you as a chamber, and then I'll
Specifically, what my testimony was that we have no idea of how AI could affect. So specifics, I do not have specifics because there's just so many things that we don't know about AI at this point and what it's going to do and how it's going to affect how business is done. That was the point that was made.
Okay.
We just don't know.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And good morning again, Commissioner Gary Molloy, Department of Labor. AI is going to have some impact, and based on our brief analysis and our discussions with the greater workforce community on the mainland and our federal program officers, you're going to expect that in some of our entry-level positions, especially the labor-intensive data entry processes, AI is expected to help to reduce the workforce in those areas. But the plan is to retrain those individuals, not to let them go, but to retrain them to now become individuals that are now interpreting the data and utilizing it in a different way. So our plan is to embrace AI and to try to build a career ladder for those individuals that are in those positions that are slated to be removed.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you for the flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senate President Potter, for your line of questions. I just want to say, Dr. Davies, it's not lost on me. I would just like to accentuate or highlight your testimony where you talk about there's a need for financial education to become a staple in the lives of Virgin Islanders and the wise use of resources to ensure a more stable and sustainable financial future for us and generations to come. I think that's something that certainly is critical. I just wanted to highlight that, as well as simple lifestyle decisions can mean the difference between prosperity and bankruptcy. Those are some salient points that I just wanted to highlight. Before we go to Senator Carla J. Joseph, I want to recognize Senator Blyden for a point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barber, good afternoon. From the chambers, what methodology did the chambers use to come up with a $13 an hour? How did you get to that number?
It was a suggested number based on many of the different members who thought that as well as some of the board members thought that would be the right figure. But at any rate, to determine exactly what was used to come up with that figure, it was just a determination that that's what the market could handle and what businesses could handle.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good day to everyone. This is a very interesting conversation. I too really want to commend the bill sponsors, because I recall vividly when I was working in the Housing Authority, providing employment opportunities for our residents, employment and training, how critical the wage increase was to them. It made them, feel valued, and they worked even harder. I know when I ran the first time, there was a big discussion, and some persons were candidates then, they were not in favor of it. I know Senator Blyden recalled those conversations, but we were, because we were seeing the improvement and persons' work ethics was improved. So I know what it has resulted in. I know how it has helped a lot of residents, especially those impoverished. And so I value that. Now, my line of questioning is going to talk about inquiries relative to economies of scale and how that play a critical role in assuring that these types of increases are maintained and how it play into economies of scale like the Virgin Islands. So Dr. Davies, my question is to you regarding how do you see the Virgin Islands economy benefiting and looking at economies of scale with wage increases?
Thank you for your question, Senator. Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. When there is a wage increase, as we stated in the testimony, there could be some favorable and unfavorable responses. However, from our standpoint, with a tiered, well-structured approach to a wage increase, we see positive impact, favorable impact on the economy. When we look from a wider perspective across the Caribbean region in general, apart from the Cayman Islands, the U.S. and British Virgin Islands are the next two most expensive places to live in the Caribbean, and then followed by Turks and Caicos, Anguilla, Barbados, and the others. So allowing this to occur will definitely have that impact. People will spend more. There will be a greater economic impact when that dollar multiplies over and over within the economy, leading toward a stronger economy and an improved GDP at the end of the day.
And now we're talking about GDP. Do you see, because you have micro and macroeconomics, and I'm wondering if we are looking, because we have to look at the dollar and the strength of the dollar. Years ago, our dollar worth used to stretch longer, and we were able to do more. I don't know if you've done a deep dive into that and to see, you know, are we going, or we have inflation that is happening now, but the adverse of inflation is recession. And do you see that with this wage increase, is there any way or any factor that could help, that could promote or put an atmosphere or environment for us to go into any type of recession because of a wage increase? Because the dollar isn't as strong as it used to be, and it can't stretch as far because of all of the other demands that we have for our cost of living.
Thank you. I will start, and then Ms. Liebert will follow up. I do not foresee right now, with a staged increase, that happening.
Okay.
Right. Go ahead.
And I agree.
Say your name first.
Sorry, Bernicia Liebert, Bureau of Economic Research, Senior Project Analyst. I do believe that the incremental increases give room for strategic planning and adjustments, and that sustains the balance between prices and inflation.
Okay.
So I think it's necessary, and I think the approach is already safeguarded.
Okay, so the approach that we have here is the best way to assure that we are going to get
30
those
seconds.
increases, and that you could also analyze those increases regarding how the market is reflecting. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have concluded my questioning, and I appreciate it, and I definitely will vote on it at the appropriate time, even though I'm not a member of this committee. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Carl J. Joseph, and thank you for sticking to time. But you're doing well today. Before we go to the bill sponsor for his line of questions, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Molloy, in terms of the unemployment numbers, can you share our unemployment numbers, our current numbers, with the community, as well as, you know, what is the appetite, what is happening in that space in terms of individuals that are seeking employment? You know, what's happening in that area?
Thank you for that, and I'll defer to the Director of Bureau of Labor Statistics, Gary Halliard.
Yep. Gary Halliard. Unfortunately, because of the shutdown that just reopened, many of the programs or some of the main data that we use was inaccessible to us. We're going to do a revisit on it. I know on the national side, they said that Thursday they're going to release I think it's the September, October numbers, and then we will move forward and the states will know what we can do. One piece of critical data we use in it has been suspended, and we have to wait until that's done. Once that comes back, we're going to see if we can release I think the last one was in August or the September, and then moving into October numbers.
Very well, thank you for that. Yeah, Commissioner, can you elaborate in terms of what you're seeing with applicants or interest, you know, what you're hearing coming through the Department of Labor?
Well, we're seeing a lot of interest, not only from job seekers, but we're seeing employers that are posting more of their vacancies. Again, Act 5174 I just need to reiterate, it allows that all employers in the territory need to place their vacancies in the Virgin Islands electronic workforce system reviews. And so we're seeing an increase of employers posting their positions, and that then drives the needle for us to be able to interact with the job seekers and do some connections between them and the employers, and then start making the alignment with the training and the training needs. So there's a lot of increase, lot of increase, a lot of demand, and we're trying to walk our best within this space.
Very well. Thank you for that. At this time, the chair will recognize the bill's sponsor, Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This measure here have shook me up in many ways, even from a personal aspect. I had one of my daughter that could tell me every single benefit that you could obtain from welfare and this fare and everything. And I said to her, you can't grow with this. But today I'm very proud that I can stand here and say my daughter have about 2-3 jobs now and doing well. She understood that if you stay on welfare, you really can't grow. Because they don't allow you to get a home, property. It really stagnates you. They tell you how to live. So I'm so proud of her that she have realized that staying on these programs doesn't give her any growth. But in 2006, when I had my own landscaping business, I was paying my employees them $10.50 an hour, and the supervisor was being paid $12 an hour. $12 an hour in 2006. In 2006. And I did all right. I can't say I become a millionaire, but I did well. And I was paying my employees $10.50 and $12 an hour in 2006. I went and found an old newspaper over the weekend. And in 2016, 4 cans of tuna fish you could get for $5. And I so happened to went and buy the same tuna fish about 2 weeks ago, and 4 cans cost you $13.49. And that day, my grocery bill came up to $300 and change. And I went home and I checked my receipt, and I don't check receipts. I don't just pay. And the reason I did that is I'm saying, how can these people that make these low wages survive? How? I don't know how they're doing it. I really don't know how. Because as we stand here today and we talk about these wages, and a couple of my colleagues talk about the price of everything keep going up. When we did the sin tax, they complain about not raising that, but they raised the alcohol, and the people still, no, you don't have to drink alcohol. No, you don't get me wrong. And that's why this sin tax was such an important piece of measure, because you don't have to drink rum. You don't have to. That's a choice. Yes. It's a choice. Mm-hmm. It's a medicine for something. I didn't say that. but I'm so serious when I say this thing rocked my whole inside when I start to see how hard things are for people out here. And I listen to the chamber say we can't predict the future, but we can see what's happening right now for sure. We can see the price that people are paying for a loaf of bread. I looked at the milk, and the price back then and now is significant different. And these folks staying on that $10.50. So every time you raise these prices, how do they survive? How? And the prices ain't gonna stop. Even if this go through, the employers ain't gonna take it. They're gonna raise things on us. And one of my colleagues said we have to pay attention to this. Trust me, they're gonna put people to work. And one of the things that I did, and my colleague, the chair, said that the market and Plaza, they are really paying the cashiers them $14. They're already doing that. And there's many other business. You know, and in my conversation with the chambers, I really wanted to walk to support some of the things they were saying. But when they spoke about just putting that $14 and leaving it, it really brought me to, I'm going to bring my measure and let the discussion be open and let my colleagues them vote their conscience. But I really wanted to work with them, but they had no vision of even moving that 13. No time now. Just carry it to 13 and leave it. And when we carry it to 13, the price is going to go up still. They're not going to take it. And we need to start thinking about people. How do they stay here in this territory and survive? I have a friend that worked to First Bank. Left the Virgin Islands some 3 years, almost 3 years ago. Got the same position in the States. And already have her own home. Already have her own home. But it paid more. The cost of living is less. So the grocery prices are not like what it is here. So she could afford to do more. We continue saying we want our people to stay here. We want them to come home. How do we ask them to stay? How do we ask them to come home with these minimum small wages like this? How do they survive? You know, I'm very pleased. I want to say thanks to Senator Blyden. He started working with me with this measure from last term. I want to say thanks to Senator Cott, who got on board this term and started working with me. I want to say thanks to the Chamber for even their testimonies. I want to say thanks to Commissioner Molloy and his team, and to Dr. Your name, I was a chip everybody
Davies.
Up. Davies. We'll say Davis. It's Davies. For your testimony and your support for this measure. And I'm not a voting member of this committee, but I thank all my colleagues for their testimony and the line of questioning that shows me that it's the right thing that we're doing. And I'm very appreciative of all of them. And again, I'm going to say to the chair, you didn't hold it up. I came back home from my medical in December and had my challenges that I had to just take my time and adjust back into being into the territory and get myself going. But I know you can hold up the last time. So I'm afraid to say that, you know, but I'm so thankful that we are here today and we're looking to do what's right for the people. With that, I say thank you very much, and I really appreciate all of you guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Thank you very much for the measure, Bill number 36-0030. I think that rounds out the discussion on this particular issue. Again, you know, where there's some difficulties in not having that disposable income, individual hold on to what they have. Gone are the days where you're able to chuck aside some money for those rainy days or for later on. There's always some emergency that pop up. And again, you know, consume whatever little bit of money that you have set aside. So it's important that we're, you know, providing some relief to the people in the community. Mr. Baba, I see that you're raising your hand. You have a comment?
Yes, Senator, if I could, please. I'd just like to respond. Based on the information that was just shared, one of the things that I want to make very clear is that the Chamber and the Board of Directors for the Chamber at no time wanted to make it seem as if $13 would have been that figure for the next umpteen years. What we simply suggested was that to automatically put an increase on something that we don't know what the economy is going to be like a year, 2, 3 years down the road, that's where we have a problem. So we're simply saying, yes, we agree that there should be an increase. All we're saying is that it should not be an increase that's automatic, since we do not know what the future holds.
Well, I think similarly, I think in the discussion, similarly, there's an opportunity if there is some need for us to come back and modify, you know, that would be done. You know, otherwise, then we'll have to go through this whole process again as well, you know, I mean, annually to be able to have the increases. So, you know, the best method forward is to go ahead and set it in place to automatically renew or increase at a certain time. If there's a need for it to be amended or adjusted, you know, certainly the legislature is poised in position to make that happen. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
I just also want to put on the record that we discussed having the wage board in place. And hopefully within that time, if we do see these issues, the wage board should be in place that will make these adjustments and take it out of our hands. But we can't sit here as elected leader for the people, see them going through hardship and don't do anything. And in the conversation with the Chambers of Commerce, I said that to them. If we see hardship, we can come in and amend this measure. If we see some crisis that come up, we could come in and amend it and stop it from moving after these moves. But to do nothing and just put 13 and leave it there without a next date as to when it's going to move, we'll end up doing the same thing, and 7 years going to come and go, and we ain't going to have a next increase for people out here. So I definitely appreciate, like I said, their testimonies, but we got to do what's right for the people, and we'll keep our eye on the dial and see where it's going and have these conversations with the chambers, with labor and you know, BIR, but we have to do something. We can't allow folks to continue suffering like that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers for a 30-second wrap-up, and we'll come to you, Mr. Barber, first.
Yes, essentially, I think everything has been said. The Chamber holds its position based on what we've discussed. We definitely know that an increase is required, necessary, and justified. As we stated, we just want to make sure that it's done in a way that it does not hinder the business community or the economy or the entire Virgin Islands as a whole. That's my concern, and will stay my concern at this point.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Baba, and thank you for attending the hearing, albeit virtual. Thank you for attending the hearing today. At this time, Dr. Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I firmly believe that as Virgin Islanders, we have the opportunity to assist each other in growth and further development. And whatever we can do to do so, we should do it. And this is a very important measure. One, that will benefit not only individuals, but will benefit business owners, will benefit the economy, will benefit the territory at large. And we trust that as you consider it, that it would be deemed to be favorable in your heart.
Thank you very much, Dr. Davies, and thank you for attending the hearing today on Bill number 36-0030. Dr. Molloy.
Thank you. Again, just want to say thank you for the opportunity for being able to provide testimony on behalf of the Department of Labor, and as well as to pretty much make sure that this is one time we're definitely all on the same page, especially with Governor Bryan's proposal. Both proposals are on the same page. The goal is to make sure bringing wages closer to the actual cost of living while still giving businesses enough time to plan and adjust. And so we think it's a win-win. I thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank the vital staff. And again, former Senator Gene Ford for his insight in this proposal as well.
Very well, thank you again to the Department of Labor for being here and providing your testimony. Of course, thank you to former Senator Gene Ford, again, being the former bill sponsor of Bill number 37-0236, which became Act 7856, which addressed the minimum wage going back in 2016 and increasing it from $8.35 and rounded off in 2018 at $10.50 an hour. It's long overdue and high time for us to move off of that needle at this point. Do I hear a motion? Amendment, Senator Blyden, you recognized for your motion of amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move amendment number 36-622, sponsored by Senator Franklin Johnson and Kurt Viale. Amendment to Bill number 36-0030. Bill number 36-0030 is amended in Section 1 as follows. A. In subsection A as follows. 1. In paragraph 4, by striking October 1, 2025 and inserting June 1, 2027. 2. In paragraph 5, by striking $16 and inserting $15. 3. In paragraph 6, by striking October 1, 2026 and inserting June 1, 2028. 4. In paragraph 7, by striking October 1, 2027 and inserting June 1, 2029. 5. In paragraph 8, by striking 2028 and inserting 2030. And B, in subsection B, by striking 2026 and inserting 2029. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Kurt Vieira, Senator Maurice James, and I think I heard Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 36-0030, an act amending Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 4, increasing the Virgin Islands minimum wage, as amended, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Kurt Vieira, Senator Maurice James, and Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yeah.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yes.
Senator Vele, yay. Mr. Chair, 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0030, an act amending Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 4, increasing the Virgin Islands minimum wage, as amended, has been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance, will be sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. At this time, again, thank you to all of our testifiers for coming before us on this very important measure. And you will take 15 minutes recess. We'll come back on at 1:05 for block number 2. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of November 17, 2025 is out of recess and back on record. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block number 2, Bill number 36-0089, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and PEO Productions, LLC, doing business as WSTA Radio, for parcel number 121 Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, parcel number 167 Subbase, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and parcel number 171 Subbase, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers: Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement; Mr. Peter Ottley, President, WSTA Radio. Bill number 36-0199, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Asian Property Management Accent Property Management LLC for parcel numbers 123 and 129 Subbase, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development plan, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers: Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement; Rhonda De Sousa, Chief Administrative Officer, Accent Property Management LLC. Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Commercial Investments LLC, for parcel number 30 Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics storage warehouse and other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers: Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement; Judy Perez Fernandan, General Manager, Commercial Investments LLC. Bill number 36-0205, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Submarine Base Warehouse LLC for parcel numbers 12 and 12A Submarine Base, Crown Bay Field, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and 145 Consolidated Crown Bay Field, Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of subtenants on the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes, sponsored by Milton E. Potter by the request of the Governor. Invited testifiers: Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement; Enrique Rodriguez, sole member, Submarine Base Warehouse LLC. This concludes the reading of Block 2 on the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading Block 2 into today's agenda. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table to at least do a mic check. Assistant Commissioner Richards, a mic check.
Good afternoon, Vincent Richards from the Department of Property and Procurement. Good afternoon.
Ms. Ferdinand.
Good afternoon, Judy Perez Ferdinand, Commercial Investments, LLC.
Mr. Ottley.
Good afternoon, Peter Ottley.
Ms. De Souza.
Good afternoon, Rhonda De Souza, Accent Property Management.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Enrique Rodriguez, Subbase Warehouse LLC.
Very well. We have no one in virtual at this time? No? Okay. Who speaks to these bills?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senate President Potter, you recognize for a presentation on bills in the second block.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, colleagues. I offer Bill number 36-0089 on behalf of the Governor of the Virgin Islands, which seeks legislative approval of a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and PEO Productions, LLC, doing business as WSTA Radio. The lease involves 3 parcels at Submarine Base in the Southside quarter of St. Thomas, totaling approximately 0.38 acres of improved industrially zoned land. The property will be used to operate a radio station and tower. The lease terms are as follows. Initial term, 20 years. Renewal options, 2 additional 5-year terms. Annual rent, $30,000 or $2,500 monthly. The lease was executed on March 19, 2025, and approved by Governor Bryan on April 1st, 2025. Under Title 31, Section 205C of the Virgin Islands Code, legislative approval is required in addition to the governor's approval. We all know that WSTA Radio has been a vital part of our community's media landscape, providing news, information, and entertainment to Virgin Islanders. This lease formalizes their continued operations on government property and ensures the territory receives fair compensation for the use of public assets. The terms are reasonable, the rent is appropriate for the property size and use, and the arrangement supports local broadcasting infrastructure that serves the public interest. I respectfully ask for your support of this straightforward lease. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You could go ahead and present the other measures as well, all of them.
Okay, I present Bill, Mr. Chair, Bill number 36-0199, also on behalf of the Governor of the Virgin Islands, which approves a significant lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Accent Property Management, LLC. The lease involves 2 substantial parcels at Submarine Base in the Southside quarter of St. Thomas. Parcel 123, 39,240 square feet with 1 building, structures, and parking. Parcel 129, or 30,675 square feet with 2 buildings, structures, and parking. Total property, approximately 1.6 acres of industrially zoned land. Lease terms, initial term 30 years, renewal options 3 additional 10-year terms. Annual rent $144,000 or $12,000 monthly. Purpose, property development and subtenant management under an approved development plan. The lease was approved by Governor Bryan on October 15, 2025, and now requires legislative approval pursuant to Title 31, Section 205C. At the appropriate time, I present this bill for the consideration of my colleagues. Bill 36-0204. Present for your consideration, colleagues, a lease approval bill between the government of the Virgin Islands and Commercial Investments, LLC, for property at Submarine Base. Property details, parcel number 30, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside quarter, St. Thomas. Size, approximately 17,396 square feet. Structure, 1-story building on improved land. A use, logistics storage, warehouse, and related purposes. Lease terms, 30 years. Renewal options, 2 additional 10-year terms. Rent, months 1 to 4, $500 per month, $12,000 total over 2 years. Month 25 onward, $48,000 annually or $4,000 monthly. The governor approved this lease on June 10th, 2025. Legislative approval is now required under Title 31, Section 205C. Again, I will be asking my colleagues to consider this bill. And I think one more. Finally, Bill number 36-0205, which I also present for your consideration on behalf of the Governor of the Virgin Islands. A lease approval bill between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Submarine Base Warehouse LLC for waterfront property at Crown Bay. Property details, parcel numbers 12 and 12A, Crown Bay Fill, Submarine Base, combined 20,423 square feet, or 0.469 acres. Parcel number 145, Crown Bay Fill, Submarine Base, 39,756 square feet, or 0.91 acres. Total property, approximately 1.3 acres of waterfront commercial, industrial property. Zoning, W2. Use, bulk storage, subtenant management, parking, and other permitted purposes. The Governor approved, in terms of lease terms, construction period, 12 months, rent-free to allow tenant to prepare facilities. Initial term, 30 years. Renewal options, 3 additional 10-year terms. Annual rent, $12,000 or $1,000 monthly after construction period. The Governor approved this lease on July 25th, 2025. And once again, legislative approval is required under Title 31, Section 205C. I offer this bill for your consideration, colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for presentation on the bills in block number 2. At this time, the chair will go to Assistant Commissioner Vincent Richards of Property and Procurement for his testimony.
Good morning, our Committee Chair Novelli Francis, Vice Chair Marvin A. Blyden, our committee members, the Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, Ray A. Fonseca, Hubert L. Frederick, and Maurice C. James, non-committee members, central staff, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, and the visitors present and in the viewing audience. I am Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I appear today on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to offer testimony on 4 proposed lease agreements in the St. Thomas, St. John District, which are before this committee for committee consideration. Today, the Department of Property and Procurement requests this committee's and ultimately the full Senate's approval of the lease agreements before them between the Government of the Virgin Islands and PEO Production LLC, doing business as WSTA, Accent Property Management LLC, Commercial Investment LLC, and Submarine Base Warehouse LLC. The lease agreements all require legislative approval in accordance with 31 Virgin Islands Code, subchapter 205C. The terms will commence on the first day of the month following the approval of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. As the premises owners, the Department of Property and Procurement will be required to execute all permits and licenses required for the premises. These lessees have provided the required documentation to support the processing of their respective lease agreements with the government, including but not limited to their respective business license and certificate of good standing. The lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and POE Production, doing business as WSTA Radio, is for parcel number 121, 167, and 171 Submarine Base, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The term of the lease agreement is for 20 years and provides for renewal options for 2 additional 5-year periods. PEO Productions shall use the premises to continue to operate a radio station and radio tower. The annual rent for the property is $30,000, payable in monthly rate of $2,500 during the term of the lease. The lessee during a construction period of 24 months shall be required to pay a reduced rent in the amount of $1,000 per month. The rent payable under the lease shall be adjusted after the first year of the initial term. Pardon me, after the second year of the initial term, and every year thereafter, included in any renewal term in accordance with the Consumer Price Index. As part of the consideration for this lease agreement, PEO will provide at its own cost and expense improvements to the premises at an estimated cost of $100,000, more or less. The improvements include roofing repairs, hurricane shutters installation, and security fencing. The lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Accent Property Management, LLC, is for parcels number 123 and 129 Subbase, St. Thomas. Accent will perform major capital improvements to these Hurricane Marilyn, Hurricane Irma and Maria damaged premises, and will redevelop the premises in phases, then establish and manage a slate of subtenants on the premises. The term of the lease agreement is for 30 years with renewal options of 3 10-year options if the lessee is not in default. The annual rent will be $144,000 in installments of $12,000 during the term of the lease agreement. The annual rent shall commence on after the construction and financial stabilization period of 60 months, more or less, Lessee will be required to pay reduced rent during the construction and financial stabilization period of $6,000 per month from months 1 through 24, and $9,000 per month from months 25 through 60. If the lessor consents to sublease portions of the premises, the lessee shall pay the lessor an additional rent of up to 30% of all the base rent collected by the lessee. Rent will also be subjected to annual adjustment based on the Consumer Price Index. Accent will undertake at its own cost and expense phased property improvements valued at a minimum of $1 million. On parcel number 123, the lessee will repair the existing building or, if necessary, obtain all required permits and approvals to demolish the existing structure and reconstruct a new building in its place. On parcel 129, which contains 2 existing buildings, the lessee will renovate both the interior and exterior, including roof repairs and replacement of windows, siding, and doors as needed. When completed, this assemblage will bring an additional 20,000 square feet of warehouse and office space back online and into the market. The lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Commercial Investments, LLC, is for parcel number 30 Submarine Base, St. Thomas, consisting of a one-story building. The property will be used for a logistic storage warehouse and for other related purposes. The term of the lease agreement is for 30 years with renewal options of 2 additional 10-year terms if the lessee is not in default. The annual rent will be $48,000 in installments of $4,000 during the term of the lease. The lessee shall be required to pay reduced rent during a permitting and construction period of up to 24 months of $500 per month. If the lessee consents to sublease the premises, the lessee shall pay the lessor an additional rent of up to 30% of all base rent collected by the lessee. Rent will also be subject to annual adjustment based on Consumer Price Index. Commercial investments shall provide at its own cost the following improvements at an estimated cost of $600,000. The improvements include demolishing and rebuilding an interior office, repairing and replacing the roof, repairing or replacing the roof, exterior metal wall panels, insulation, replacing and upgrading plumbing and electrical and HVAC system, replacing roll-up doors, installing exterior lighting and perimeter fencing, installing a security and surveillance system, repairing a loading dock, and installation of an emergency generator, a generator. When complete, this project will bring an additional 4,500 square feet of warehouse space back online into the market. The lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Submarine base warehouses is for parcels number 12, 12A, and 145 Submarine base St. Thomas. Under this agreement, the lessee will develop 2 bulk storage warehouses along with parking and other permitted uses on the premises. The lease terms is for 30 years with optional renewal periods of three optional renewal periods of 10 years. The annual rent is $12,000 payable in monthly installments of $1,000. However, during the first year of the lease, no rent shall be paid, and beginning in the 13th month, a permitting and construction period rent of $500 a month would apply through the 36th month. In addition to base rent, the lessee will pay an additional rent equal to 30% of all rent collected from subtenants, which will be remitted monthly to the government. Rent will also be subject to annual adjustment based on consumer price index. At his own expense, sub-base warehouses will invest approximately $2 million to demolish derelict structures, clear debris, construct new bulk storage warehouses, install security fencing, and pave parking areas as needed. When completed, this project will bring over 30,000 square feet of new warehouse space and flexible space into the market that is already experiencing a significant shortage of commercial and industrial spaces. The Department of Property and Procurement in 3 of these lease agreements included a scaled revenue sharing component from subtenant revenue. This ensures that the government of the Virgin Islands benefits not only from a fixed rent rate, but also from the ongoing commercial success of these developments. This performance-based provision incentivizes the lessee to maintain high occupancy and ensure a growing, diverse revenue stream for the government over time. These structured rent schedules are both prudent and feasible as they balance immediate fiscal responsibility and long-term economic and infrastructural gains for the government of the Virgin Islands. Department of Property Procurement also provided a rent abatement and permitting and construction period rent, which allows for the lessee to direct critical capital towards site preparation, development costs, including permitting, demolition, debris removal, construction for these modern warehouses. Concessions made in these kinds of front-loaded investment phased projects are essential to transforming currently underutilized government property into productive revenue-generating assets. Collectively, these projects will bring approximately 45,000 square feet of badly needed warehouse and office spaces back into the market, helping to strengthen the commercial and industrial capacity of Subbase. Just as importantly, they will improve the look and the feel of the area while supporting the growing numbers of disaster recovery and reconstruction projects we expect to see over the next decade. These investments will create opportunities for local businesses and help address the shortage of quality commercial space in the St. Thomas district. As a custodian of all government-owned properties, the Department of Property and Procurement, under the leadership of Lisa M. Alejandro, has worked closely with members of this committee to tour some of these properties in advance of these lease agreements. The prospective lessees have submitted all required documentation and will continue with will comply with the terms of the leases, including insurance and development plans. Through these partnerships, local businesses will rehabilitate and repurpose long vacant properties, demonstrating their long-term commitment to the Virgin Islands' economic growth. and recovery. These developments align with the larger revitalization efforts of the government of the Virgin Islands and the VI Port Authority, which will soon undertake a large project in the sub-base area. Together, they represent a transformative step towards rebuilding and re-energizing this vital district. At the end of these lease terms, these properties will be returned to the government in greater improved condition. For these reasons, the Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests that the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance vote in favor of these lease agreements, which will help unlock the true value of these government-owned properties and strengthen our territory's future. Thank you for your consideration. This concludes my testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have regarding the proposed lease agreements. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Vincent Richards, for your testimony. First, we'll hear from Mr. Peter Ottley, President of WSTA Radio. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., and good afternoon to committee members of the Budget, Appropriation and Finance Committee of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I'm Peter Ottley, and I want to thank you for extending the invitation to testify on Bill number 36-0089. PEO Production LLC, doing business as WSTA, has been looking forward to the opportunity to be considered for a lease agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands. WSTA has served the community for decades and has rightfully earned the reputation of being the people's station. In time of celebration and in time of crisis, WSTA has remained committed to meet the needs of its listeners. Our programming, news, information, public service announcements, community-based segments, birthday greetings, and in moments of personal loss, funeral announcements, has long provided a vital service to the people of the territory. Acquiring the station began as a family venture. My brother Addie, Andre, my sister Margaret, and my mother, Iris Ottley, who mortgaged our home to secure the financing needed to purchase the station. Built WSTA from its early foundations, operating under Ottley Communication Corporation, the station has become a platform to launch and support many of the radio legends we now celebrate in the Virgin Islands. Times bring change, and the moment for WSTA Radio to transition from Ottley Communication Corporation, Inc. to PEO Production, doing business as WSTA, have arrived. PEO Production LLC has operated in the Virgin Islands since 2002 as an audio-video production and promotional company dedicated to highlighting the events, culture, and people of this territory. Our goal is to continue in the proud tradition of the original WSTA radio. As we began as community servants, we intend to remain community servants to the very end. I'd like to thank the Brian Roach administration, the honorable members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, the Department of Property and Procurement, and the committee for the unwavering support shown throughout this process. I also like to say special thanks to Senator Marvin Blyden, who guided me through the process, and the senators from the Majority Caucus who visited the station for a site tour of the FEMA bunker. Your presence and interest of the operation was truly appreciated, and WSTA doors will always remain open to you and the community. In closing, I must acknowledge my mother for her courage, vision, and willingness to risk all that she had, an entire fortune, to purchase a dream. You may have never heard her voice, but hey, she was the one who spoke the loudest in the family. Again, I want to thank you for your support, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ottley. We'll get some chance to query you a little bit on this matter. Next, we'll go to, I guess that will be Ms. Randall D'Souza.
Accent Property, yes.
Yes. Accent Property Management, LLC.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Vice Chair, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, community members, Honorable Senator Kirk Viale, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Hubert Fredericks, and Senator Maurice James. Non-community members, I see Senator Milton Potter, Central staff, and my fellow testifiers. I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Rhonda D'Souza, and I serve as the Chief Administrative Officer and General Manager of Accent Property Management, LLC. I'm a proud graduate of the University of the Virgin Islands, where I earned both my Bachelor's of Arts in Biology and my Master's in Public Administration. I am also an active residential landlord and owner of 2 historical properties in Christiansted, St. Croix, one of which are restored from a rundown, long-neglected structure into a fully rehabilitated building now supporting both commercial and residential activities. Throughout that restoration process, I worked extensively with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. These experiences strengthened my understanding of regulatory processes, historic preservation, and the importance of sustained compliance. My background in science further shaped my approach to a development that is methodical, evidence-based, operationally sound, and grounded in environmental responsibilities. These combined experiences guide my work today as we seek to revitalize the sub-base properties in a manner that promotes sustainable growth, regulatory compliance, and long-term community benefits. Bill number 36-1099 concerns the long-term lease of parcels 123 and 129 in sub-base, which together comprise of more than 36,000 square feet of industrial zone land in one of St. Thomas' most important commercial corridors. These properties, however, are currently in significant disrepair. The buildings require major rehabilitation, including roof replacement, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and HVAC upgrades, interior reconstruction, and improvements to lighting, safety, and security. Despite not yet receiving approval for the multi-year lease, Accent Property Management has already invested nearly $20,000 of our own capital to begin stabilizing these sites. This work involved clearing extensive underbrush and accumulated debris, removing abandoned vehicles and equipment, restoring basic order, and securing the sites with a gate to prevent further unauthorized entry. These actions were necessary simply to make the property safe and accessible for proper assessments and to demonstrate our readiness to proceed with full-scale redevelopment immediately upon your approval. You're probably asking yourself, why is this development so urgent? The timing of this redevelopment is critically important. The territory is entering a multi-year, multi-billion-dollar post-disaster rebuilding phase, attracting national and international companies prepared to support reconstruction. Yet, as many as you know, the Virgin Islands lack the adequate industrial space to support the operational needs of these firms. Companies seeking to store building materials, equipment, supplies, and fabrication units struggle to find appropriate facilities. This shortage risks delaying reconstruction, increasing project costs, forcing companies to stage equipment offshore, and limited opportunities for local contractors and employment. Redeveloping these sub-base properties will directly strengthen the territory's capacity to support ongoing and future recovery work. By bringing over 36,000 square feet of industrial space back online, we can help to ensure rebuilding efforts proceed more efficiently, more cost-effectively, and with greater local involvement. This project aligns seamlessly with both the immediate needs of the territory and the long economic recovery strategy. Accent Property Management views this redevelopment as a partnership-based opportunity that benefits all parties. One, it allows the government to retain ownership while receiving capital improvement with a tiered revenue share. Two, it provides the business community with much-needed industrial space for operation, staging, and logistical support. And three, it strengthens to broaden the Virgin Islands economy with increased local production, expanded workforce opportunities, and improvements to our foundation's endurance. Our redevelopment strategy will unfold in 3 phases. The first phase involves stabilizing and rehabilitating the buildings through essential improvements such as roof repairs, system upgrades, interior reconstruction, and bringing the structures into compliance with safety, lighting, and accessibility standards. The second phase focuses on modernizing and optimizing the site as a cohesive industrial campus by reorganizing the yard and parking areas, increasing circulation for trucks and equipment, establishing dedicated zones for containers and material laydown, enhancing lighting and security systems, and upgrading the site's overall infrastructure. The third phase concentrates on attracting a diverse mix of tenants. These properties are ideally compatible to support small manufacturers, fabrication and assembly operations, warehousing and logistics firms, skilled trade, service sector support companies, and local business owners seeking scalable space. We are already engaged in discussions with prospective subtenants, lenders, and investors who recognize the significance and potential of this redevelopment. The long-term benefits of these projects are far-reaching. It will create new jobs for residents, support past disaster reconstruction efforts, expand local manufacturing capabilities, and strengthen the territory's readiness for future storms while limiting supply chain disruptions. It will also generate government revenue through an escalated revenue share structure and bring long dormant public assets back into productive use. Restoring more than 36,000 square feet of the industrial space at this critical time will provide meaningful economic value for years to come. In closing, I want to reaffirm Accent Property Management's commitment to this project and to the partnership with the government of the Virgin Islands. We have already invested in our own resources because we believe in the potential of these properties and in the importance of this redevelopment for the territory's recovery and future growth. The transformation of the sub-base parcel will not only renew neglected structures, it will provide essential support for the territory's reconstruction, resilience, and long-term economic vitality. We respectfully ask for your support on Bill number 36-0199. and we look forward to working closely with the government to unlock the full potentials of these buildings for the benefit of the community. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Randa D'Souza, for your testimony on bill number 36-0199. Next, we'll go to Ms. Judy Perez Ferdinand for her testimony on bill number 36-0204.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Novel E. Francis Jr., Vice Chair Marvin E. Blyden, committee members, Honorable Senators Kurt A. Valley, Dwayne M. McGrath, Ray Fonseca, Hubert L. Frederick, and Maurice C. James, non-committee members, central and legislative staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in the chambers. I am Judy S. Perez Ferdinand, member and general manager of Commercial Investments, LLC. I appear this afternoon to offer testimony on the proposed lease agreement currently before this committee and request this committee's and the full Senate approval of the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Commercial Investments, LLC. I have called the Virgin Islands home for decades. I am a proud mother, a grandmother, a retired DLCA enforcement officer, and the owner of J's and Perez Enterprises, LLC. Since my retirement from DLCA, I have continued to serve this community as a business consultant, business license processor, and real estate developer, property manager of my own. These combined professional experiences have prepared me for this next chapter, investing and advancing commercial real estate development and logistics in our territory. Lease agreement between the Virgin Islands and Virgin Islands Commercial Investments, LLC is parcel number 30, subbase number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S., Virgin Islands, consisting of one-story building. The property will be fully renovated and used as a climate-controlled logistics storage warehouse and other related purposes. The term of this lease agreement is for 30 years with renewal options of 2 additional 10-year terms if we perform and remains in good standings. The annual rent will be $48,000, payable in monthly installments of $4,000 during the permitting and construction period, which may last up to 24 months. Commercial investments will pay a reduced rent to allow resources to be directed toward permitting, rehabilitation, and capital improvements. If the property is subleased, commercial investments will remit to the GVI up to 30% of all the rent collected, providing an additional revenue stream for the government. Commercial Investments LLC plan to invest an estimated $500,000 in critical improvements. These include demolishing and rebuilding the interior office space, repairing the leaky roof and exterior metal wall panels, installation, upgrading plumbing, electrical, and HVAC systems, replacing metal roll-up doors, installing exterior and interior lighting and perimeter fencing, implementing a full security and surveillance system, improving the container loading dock, and installing an emergency generator and optional solar panels. These upgrades will not only restore the building, but also transform it into a modern, efficient, and secure commercial asset for the subbase area. This project is deeply personal to me because it is a woman's-led development built from vision, determination, hard work, and the belief that women in the Virgin Islands can and should play a leading role in shaping our economic future. It is also a multi-generational project, one that I am building not only for myself, but for my children, my grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. so they can see what is possible when we commit to creating something lasting for our community. Beyond the business aspect, this facility will provide critical support for our disaster recovery efforts, offering secure climate-controlled space at a time when our territory is still rebuilding and preparing for the future. For me, this is more than a lease or renovation. This is a legacy of resilience, service, and hope that I am honored to continue to contribute to our Virgin Islands. I respectfully ask for your support of this lease agreement and look forward to the opportunity to begin this work in partnership with the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perez Ferdinand, for your testimony. They're General Manager of Commercial Investment, LLC. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Enrique Rodriguez, Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC. You recognize for your testimony at this time. Bill number 36-0205.
Good afternoon, Chairman Senator Francis, Vice Chair Senator Blyden, members of the committee, members of the Senate, staff, and listening public. My name is Enrique Rodriguez. I appear before you today on behalf of Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC. This proposal at Crown Bay isn't just about a lease. It's about putting idle government land back to work. It's about jobs, steady revenue for the government, and visible progress for the people of the Virgin Islands. I was raised here in St. Thomas, where my family is proudly called this island home for 5 generations. My family also runs one of the few local businesses that has survived 3 generations. About 30 years ago, the old Blake family home on number 11 Crystal Gata in downtown Charlotte had been left to rot for decades. People walked by it, said it couldn't be saved. I was young, broke, maybe a little foolish, but I brought the property anyway. I restored it, and today it stands strong and part of the living fabric of our historic town. This was my first lesson in redevelopment. When you love this place, you don't wait for someone else to fix it. You do what you can with what you have. Since then, I've been fortunate to work on projects big and small, shopping centers, private homes, school, other historic restorations. I now serve on the Historic Preservation Board, where I do my part to protect the character of our islands. And through these experiences, I've learned that restoring a building is never just about construction. It's about faith in the future. A few years ago, I went into debt for nearly $1 million to repair a government-owned facility that had been neglected since Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The tenants had been working under a leaking roof. The government had not collected rent for years. I knew I wouldn't see a return for a long time, but people needed a safe place to work. The government needed rent flowing again, and I saw an opportunity. That building now supports small businesses, steady employment, and reliable revenue for the territory. I share this story for one reason. I don't just talk the talk, I walk the walk. My approach has always been to blend opportunity with service, ensuring that each project creates both community benefit and financial sustainability. Redevelopment isn't just about concrete and steel, it's about culture. When Kareem Forbes of the Gen Fusion Steel Pan Band needed a place, I opened up my doors, gave them a space to store their instruments and to practice. When the Inferno's Carnival Troupe needed a place to get ready for Carnival, I gave it to them, both in subbase and both free of charge. I'm now asking for the opportunity to bring that same spirit to the old Inspection Lane building and the undeveloped lot at the entrance to the container port in St. Thomas in subbase. These properties have been idle for years. No rent, no jobs, no return. With the right investment, they can become part of the fabric of the subbase corridor, providing storage, logistics, and commercial capacity the Virgin Islands sorely needs. My vision is to develop warehouse space, bulk storage, expanded parking, and other subtenant opportunities. These improvements will directly support the more than $2+ billion in public and private infrastructure investments now on the horizon. The companies we manage employ more than 20 Virgin Islanders directly, and our tenants support over 200 local jobs. I say that with humility because I know every job represents a family that can plan for tomorrow. This proposal isn't just about profit. It's about purpose. It's about turning dormant land into productive property, generating income for the government, providing stable employment, strengthening the foundation of our local economy. We stand at crossroads. These sites can continue to stay idle, or they can become part of the solution. Evidence the Virgin Islands is ready to move forward. There's a saying that my grandfather used to love to say that I will translate from Spanish. We do not inherit the land from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. That's how I see this work. I'm asking for not a favor, but for a chance to keep doing what I've always tried to do and take what's left behind and make it useful again for the next generation of Virgin Islanders. Thank you for your time, your service, your consideration, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Enrique Rodriguez, for your testimony on bill number 36-0205. What I've been hearing here, we have some homegrown grassroots entrepreneurs. I like the passion that I'm hearing. I'm sure that we'll have a robust discussion about your request to move forward. I was asking media whether or not there were any photos that we could share with the public, and we're working on probably getting you some photos so that we could be able to show the public a little bit of the areas that we're asking to be considered. So before I open up the floor to my colleagues for a 5-minute round to begin with, I want to thank the Property and Procurement for bringing these leases before us and obviously putting some of these government properties to bring in some additional revenues to the government coffers. As the chair of Budget, Appropriations and Finance Committees, I'm always interested in ensuring that we continue to have revenues because that's what provides a service to this community. So I appreciate that. I also want to thank you for your consideration of really getting the work done and putting forth, because I know none of this come easy. Certainly is transcending your thoughts and ideas into now being able to have tangible build out, so that you could be able to provide the revenues coming in to support your endeavors as well as to pay for these items. I know that there were some issues with the PO lease initially. This is the second time it's being heard before the committee. Mr. Ottley, all those issues that we had before has been worked out, and you good to go now?
Yes, Senator. We came to a conclusion working with the Department of Property and Procurement, and we're good to go.
Very well. Thank you for that. And Assistant Commissioner Richards, all of these requests are in good standing, and the previous and current payments are up to date as required by any current or previous contracts?
Yes, they are. Yes, Senator. Short answer, yes, Senator.
Yes, sir. All the insurance and everything else that's required by Property and Procurement is in place, ready to go?
Thus far, liability insurance, yes, Senator.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, there's a $2 million investment that's a part of your contract here. Can you discuss a little bit of how that's what that entails?
Yeah, initially it was $2 million. This lease was tabled before from last year, and since time has passed, the cost now has increased. So we're looking just if I can get in at warehouse construction at $250 a square foot, we're actually looking closer to $7 million at this point.
Okay, so you're prepared financially and otherwise to undertake that responsibility?
Yes, sir.
Very well, good. Ms. Ferdinand, I heard a little bit of a discrepancy in your numbers. I think that property and procurement call for to have a $600,000 investment. You're saying a $500,000 investment, a delta of $100,000. Is there a discrepancy there, or what's happening with that number switch?
That was my error. Vincent Richards, property and procurement. That was my error, Senator. The longer we wait, the prices are changing every day. But that was our description. So I apologize.
So the expectation, because I don't want the expectation to be, and then there is some level of default or anything like that. So it's 500 or 600,000 that's recorded.
It's approximately and per what the document says.
Okay. Very well. And my final question before I open up to my colleagues, is there a revert due to any default, a reversion? I think rights to property and procurement, the government of the Virgin Islands, if any of these properties become default, that there is some parachute, some mechanism by which it comes back to the government of the Virgin Islands.
Good question, Senator Vincent Richards. The properties are owned by the government of the Virgin Islands. The lessee has rights to the property for a period of time, and they're supposed to perform per the terms of the agreement. If for some reason they default, the property and the improvements reverts back to the ownership of the government of the Virgin Islands, either during or after the lease ends.
Okay, very well. Thank you. A point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon, testifiers. Mr. Rodriguez, how are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
I know you said your initial investment was $2 million, and the price point right now is about $7 million. Two quick questions, because I know you were at the Innovative Housing Construction Summit, and you were one of the stakeholders. Number one, what type of material you plan to use to help to bridge that gap in terms of cost? And secondly, how had that impacted your strategy in terms of going to the bank and securing the investment dollars to help you acquire this investment in the territory?
Thank you, Senator. Good question. Thank you for having that building seminar or event. I learned quite a lot there. The difference right now in per square feet, we're talking a 10,000 square foot and a 20,000 square foot warehouse, so 250, that comes to the 7 million. Some of the innovative processes that you brought in might assist in lowering those costs. So I look forward to the bidding process with some of these contractors. Thank you very much for making that happen. And financing, I mean, I've had to, finance more and put myself more in debt to make sure that this happens. But I'm quite confident the demand is there. We get calls every week about lack of existing warehouse space in St. Thomas. So I know that a friend of mine in Bavoni, he's at 100% capacity right now. I mean, it's just, there's nothing available. So every one of our everyone here before you that is going to provide warehouse space, I feel confident that they're going to be able to sell out immediately.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. The chair will now recognize Senator Maurice James Esquire for her 6 minutes.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands, in and outside. Good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, staff. Just to clear up what the chair was asking about, the lease for commercial investments that I have says 600,000. So I'm just trying to get that cleared up too. That was a confusion I had also when I looked at it. So you're saying it's 500?
Vincent Richards for Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, it is an approximate number. It is a number that the lease says. As we sit here, prices are changing. So it is an approximate number.
You really talking to me? Telling me that a number in a lease is an approximate number? Mr. Richards? Assistant Commissioner Richards, you really?
It says,
Really?
Senator, it says estimated. We wrote estimated.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone because quite frankly, that is a real major investment that they're making. I wanted to find out how does the Department of Property and Procurement, how do you arrive at the formula or your methodology for setting the lease rates? Because I'm looking at them and I was trying to figure out how you did that. Is it based, for example, on the investment that the tenant is making?
Well, Senator, number one, the department tries to get as much as it can get, one. Then we start to look at what condition the property is in. We request a business plan and we request estimates in terms of what it's estimated or guesstimated is going to cost to improve the property. And then we basically then reverse engineer in terms of it's going to take 30 years mortgage to pay it off. And then we know what that money costs. And then we kind of give concessions based on that.
So your the 30 years really is, you're looking at the length of a mortgage in terms of the financing that these commercial properties would get. But they're not usually 30 years though, right? You know that.
They're structured differently at 30 years, but they're amortized over 30 years, but they're 10-year and then balloons, and they're all different. So yes, Senator, you're correct.
Yeah. I also wanted to talk to the tenants. How many subtenants do you each anticipate for your respective properties? I'm just looking in terms of the fact that we collect more money when you actually sublease, correct? There's an additional rent that they will pay?
Yes, Senator. They're negotiated in such a manner that the government gets a percentage. It's on a sliding scale.
But do they provide you with their anticipated number of tenants?
No. I look at the raw aggregate square footage and run the numbers from the raw aggregate square footage. Average rent starts at around mid-20s to low 30s per square foot, and you can get a sense of what they're going to potentially generate from there.
There's such a big difference between Accent Property Management rent of $144,000 compared to commercial investments of 48, and then the Submarine base warehouse of 12. And Accent is investing $1 million. So, and they're 20,000 square feet. Submarine is 30. They don't seem to be consistent to me, but I mean, you're the one who negotiated it, so can you explain?
Senator, that's a very good question, and you're absolutely right. There is a disparity between the numbers. One is raw land.
Oh.
It has absolutely nothing on there.
Okay.
And not only is it raw land, it's in a CZM zone. So we gave them, if you look, when you look at it, there's a period of 12 months, we charge them nothing. Because they're going to be in CZM. And we all know how long it's going to take just to get out of CZM.
Right.
While you're burning cash, you're doing phase 1 studies, you're doing soil boring samples, it just costs a lot of money. So if we're in this together and we want to make some money, we cut them a slack up front and we share on the backside. So raw land versus a building that's slightly damaged versus a building that's severely damaged.
Severely, yeah.
The one for Accent, it has damage back to Hurricane Marilyn. And whether or not one of the buildings could be saved, that's a question. So we structured in a way that they can go to the bank, get financing, infuse their funds, and then as they progress, we progress. And I have a cheat sheet that I'll share with you that basically shows the aggregate amount of square footage for each development
each one, yeah.
and what we're potential can make on the subleases on the early part and as well as in the later part of the lease as well. Each prospective lease agreement.
I would like to see that. I'll ask each one of the parties, Mr. Ottley, I'm worrying with you, because I already done decide to vote for you. So
30 seconds.
The other three, how many jobs are going to be created with each of your respective developments? Initially, maybe phase, and maybe increase or decreasing. Can you just give me quickly before my time runs out?
Time.
Okay. Well, since we have different phases, through the first stabilization phase, which mostly be all local employment, I really can't give you a number. That's based on the contractor, how much he can bring to the table. You can hear me now? Okay. Through the initial assessments and stabilizing phases, I really can't give you a number how much people we can hire, because that's all based on how much the contractors can provide. But we do have a short window of timeline to get into from assessment to stabilization. So we hope we can employ as many individuals and locals as possible.
Well, at the end of the development, the construction, when it's completed, you will only be a landlord. Is that
only be a landlord?
Okay.
We're trying to just market the warehousing space maybe as a whole, or if we can break it down to scalable, like I said in my testimony, for local businesses who want scalable spaces, we can break it down for them as well.
Okay. Do any of the other people would like to give me an answer to? I would appreciate it.
Enrique Rodriguez. So I have a maintenance crew that runs around to buildings. More buildings mean I would increase my maintenance crew. As a landlord, the jobs that will be created will be determined by the tenants that are in those spaces and how many employees they have. And obviously during the construction period, there will be a determined number of employees, but specifically an exact number, I cannot offer you that number.
Okay. Miss, the last person.
Judy Perez, Ferdinand. I would like to say 2 permanent for now.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Assistant Commissioner, are you up to date or obviously, are you up to date or in terms of your collection of those sublease contracts that you have in place?
All the ones that we have in place?
Yeah, all of them.
Define up to date.
Current, up to date, like
we currently bill. We have the ebbs and flows. We have the ebbs and flows like any industry. I mean, during the summer times, the dog months are what? September, October.
What's your greatest array?
One of these properties. What's the greatest arrearage?
Yes.
One of these properties that we're leasing for a sub base, we have a occupant that's on there that hasn't paid in several years and basically
What's several?
Several? It goes back to the MAP administration. They refuse to pay.
And this funding is deposited into the business, commercial, and property revolving fund?
Yes, Senator.
And currently there is a negative balance in there of $2 million. And there is an appropriations against that in FY 2026 of $4 million.
So,
what's
Senator,
happening in that space? Are you depositing the revenues into the correct fund?
The last question, the answer is yes. To respond to you, I remember when we were here during the summer before you on the committee for our budget, we anticipated we were going to meet our goals, and we have met and we have exceeded our collections for this year as budgeted. Specifics about fund balances, I'm not qualified to get into that.
Okay. All right, so we'll have a further discussion of that because obviously either there's some misappropriation, over-appropriation of that fund or something, but there's a negative in that right now.
I'll be happy to get the information for you, sir.
Very well, thank you. Let's move on to the next senator. In the meantime, Senator Frederick, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon again, listening and viewing audience, people of the Virgin Islands, my colleagues and testifiers, my office and central staff. That is an issue, Mr. Chair, we're going to have to address with some of these funds. They seem to have an issue with their fund balances, and we are constantly writing bills against these various funds that we think have balances, and it seems more and more now that no one knows what's in them. So we're gonna have to stop, sit back, and start figuring out, are these funds being reconciled or not? You know, that's what we need to know. But good grab, Mr. Chair, appreciate that. All right, Mr. Ottley, welcome back. Glad to see you again. I was in your court the last time. I just want to wrap up. I don't see your son here. Come on.
Daughter.
That was the ace the last time. So, his daughter. Okay, I don't know her. Hi, how you doing? Okay, so you always have your soldiers with you.
Yes.
Good. Did we take care of everything? Are we where we at? And we could move forward now.
We have negotiated, we have came to some agreement, and we're moving forward.
All right, so.
Thank you.
We're good?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, lots of luck. Now we're stabilized, we can move forward now.
I just want you to know that the campaign prices are out.
All right. Just in the nick of time, right? All right. Let's see. Ms. D'Souza, General Manager D'Souza, how you doing?
D'Souza.
D'Souza, yes. Pleasure having the opportunity to speak to you. I have physically walked this property,
Thank you.
and I can tell you,
I have a lot of work.
a lot ain't the word.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this, and I'm, first time meeting you, and I was like, I wonder if she really understands what she's stepping into. When I left the building, I was sneezing and coughing. I said, oh, Jesus, who's going to take on this? And now to see someone like you, I'm like,
I'm taking it on.
just get your mask.
Yeah, I will. I will.
And I did see the abandoned vehicles. All are gone now.
Well, we already that was part of our first.
Speak into the microphone,
Sorry,
please.
that was part of our first phase. We already cleaned that area up.
So it looks.
So when was the last time you went there?
A month.
Oh yeah, it's all cleaned
Okay,
up.
good.
Yeah, could go
All right,
back
so-
now and check it up.
Best of luck. It's a beautiful property. I
Thank
think
you.
It has the bones, but you just need to get it there. It's really a ugly pig right now.
And I'm ready for the challenge.
All right, great.
My crew and I,
So
we're ready for the challenge.
You won't have any weekends, I could tell you that.
None.
So your crew, is it your personal construction group or you're hiring someone to do this?
Oh, we have to hire someone. Yes.
Okay, and your background in construction is what?
I don't have an educational background in construction, but I have a passionate background in construction, meaning I love doing it.
In commercial real estate?
Commercial, I just
'Cause
trying-
the
I
other
used
two
to
you
be
have
ve-
in St. Croix, those are
Commercial properties.
as
yes.
well.
And my business partners and I, we renovate those, and they're in use right now.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Because it's day and night. I've done both. They were day and night. so-
Yes, residential and commercial is two different.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. All right. Lots of luck. And
Thank you.
This number, I don't know. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's speak to Ms. Perez Ferdinand. Ferdinand? Huh?
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Judy
Good day,
Perez.
ma'am. I'm so proud of you. This is like a bunch of women here. Women commercial investors. I like that. Good.
Thank you.
Is this your first project? Commercial endeavor.
Yes.
1 minute.
And your experience in this, any kind of construction?
Yes, sir.
You have none?
I would say I have experience. As I said, I'm a business license processor. I do have a lot of contractors for my clients.
Have you ever done a rehab on a commercial property?
No.
Okay, so I hope this is not
30 seconds.
fun.
I'm ready for it.
Okay, great. All right. I saw the discrepancy too. I'm glad that that was clarified. It's an approximate number. Fine, we'll see what happens there. Okay, so for you that's bad because at least AC Richards he went high, you went low, so it could go high.
My bad.
Okay, let's see, Mr. Rodriguez, how you doing?
Good afternoon.
Pleasure seeing you again. Your property is going to be a little, Mr. Chair, if I can, real quick. Your property, the bulk storage, that's fine. The parking, are you going to repave the entire parking lot?
The parking lot is only a portion of the space, and actually one of the lots I've been approached by a company to do a tiered, multi-level parking as one of the concepts that we are looking at with the investors. So the sub-base corridor is in need of parking. If you ever go to Pueblo, there's no parking. If you go, there's no parking. So it could be one of the possibilities that we do.
And that could drive your costs really high.
Luckily, we're close to the port, so if we do like pre-slabs that come from the States, they get installed pretty quickly. Okay. One of the methods that Senator Blyden was brought to the Virgin Islands.
It's a lot quicker, yeah, for sure. Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time. Thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Assistant Commissioner, billing and collections are two different things. I wanted to get from you in terms of, are you billing? Are you ensuring that timely billing is being sent out to those individuals with these subleases?
Senator, good question. The Department of Property and Procurement has a dedicated staff that calls, bills, and reaches out to collect. That's all they do.
Assistant Commissioner, you've been political. The question is whether or not you're billing in a timely fashion.
The answer is yes, Senator.
And collection? Then
yes, Senator.
Okay. How much do you have in bounce check or worthless documents coming in those subleases?
I haven't seen a bounce check. I haven't seen a bounce check in years in the department. We have telecheck now that basically checks a check right there. We also have a payment portal where you can pay online, and which we drive and encourage folks to use the online. So bounce checks I haven't seen a bounce checks in years at the Department of Property and Procurement.
Very well. I'll be having my post audit to do a little bit of a deeper dive in that particular area because, one, you have revenues. You have certainly appropriations against your revenues coming in there, and that's to personnel and fringe, which means it pays employees. So we got to make sure that the money is coming in. And like I said, right now the account is reflecting a negative, and if you're collecting is up to date, then the money is not going into the proper place and ensure that that the offset is being made there. So I'll have a conversation with OMB1 and finance, but also for the post audit to really do a deeper dive on what's happening in that space.
Absolutely. Any question you have, your staff or through your office, feel free to submit it, and we'll provide you the data.
Not a problem. Thank you. Senator Blyden, you recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. And thank you all for your testimonies and investment in the territory. I'm going to start first with Mr. Ottley, PEO Productions. In respect to your investment, I know it's a spin-off from Lucky 13, WSTA. I see you have your daughter here with you. That station plays a critical role in our community. In respect to what you stated in your testimony. Let me ask you though, in respect to your investment, what's your vision in terms of PEO production moving forward? Be succinct, because I want to go to everyone, please.
Vision, simple. Doing business with the government. That's it. Our clients or our listeners are mainly the government's clients. Seniors, Department of Human Services, we have our listeners, the problem I have, and it can be done once we work with the government. The biggest thing is we have an uneducated community, everybody's online, but the older folks, they can't find you. So that's a problem. But if you come through, radio is free, you don't get a bill. So if you get your information in at the best times, again, we educate our community.
So you try to fill that void. You will try to fill that void moving forward as you have been doing over the years, basically.
Well, yes, we're ready to produce shows that would bring in the government agencies so they could disseminate information to the community. And yeah, between that and just doing what we got to do to provide great entertainment, plus update all our services, and we'll be just fine.
Okay, very well. I wish you the best. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commercial Investment LLC, Ms. Perez Ferdinand. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
And I want to congratulate you also on your endeavor in terms of creating a legacy for your children and great-grandchildren and diving into the commercial space. I know the type of person you are, your drive, and I know you'll be fine. I just want to give you one word of advice and recommendation, to be honest with you, because you are also going to the storage business, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as was stated by Mr. Rodriguez, there's not enough place to store items here, especially on that island of Ireland, with all the investment and bundles we have coming in. You're going to be fine. Just find the right contractor with innovative building materials to help you drive down your price point in order to be successful, especially when it comes to the banks, okay?
Yes, sir.
Miss, let me go to, I need my glasses, sorry about that. Okay, let me go to
D'Souza.
Ms. D'Souza.
Yes.
Also with your investment, thank you for making that leap in terms of investing in the territory. I have not walked the site, but I was told about it. But you have some roofing work to do, mechanical, HVAC, plumbing, all that stuff. What's your long-term goal in respect to the property management part? How much base do you plan on having?
Say that one more time.
How much base? How much storage area? Units.
How much units?
Yes.
Well, we don't have a defined number right now, because if approximately, well, right now we're trying to focus on even renting out the whole warehouse as a whole. But if we do have to break it down, we'll break it down within maybe 10, 12, depending on how many, depending on the square footage, what the customers or clients are asking for. We could break it down to that much. So I can't really give you a defined number, like how much.
Okay.
Because it's all based on what our local businesses need, the desire that they need.
Okay, and one of the smartest things you did was put up a gate. That was smart.
Yes, because it was being used as a dumping site.
Correct.
And then we did an initial cleanup, and before we put up a gate, after we did the initial cleanup, we saw that more junk and debris was being dumped. So we put up a gate to prevent those further activities from happening.
Okay, very well. I wish you much success moving forward, and
Thank you.
good luck on your investment and your endeavor. And back to you, Mr. Rodriguez. I know you're a businessman. You have several type of businesses. As you say, you have a maintenance team already, and also you think innovatively. Because the question my colleague asked you with respect to parking, and what you stated in terms of the structure, that makes a lot of sense, to be honest with you, because we need parking in that area. We don't have any parking like we should in that area. And like I said, the Crown Bay area is being developed on a large scale with the cruise line, etc. So all of you are in the right place at the right time in our history, and also you can really, really benefit off of your investment if you move properly. And we know time is money. Like I say again, make sure you choose the right contractors, be innovative with your contractors, use innovative materials in order to drive down your costs in terms of price point, and also in terms of your labor when it comes to
30 seconds.
Completing your investment. So I really don't have any questions for you. I just want to wish you guys good luck. And it was a great move in terms of investing in the territory at this time, in that space, in that area. Again, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, for your line of questions. Assistant Commissioner Richards, we got some photos circulated. Maybe you could just talk us through a little bit of that, at least for the public's edification as well. You recognize that one?
Yes, Senator. The highlighted parcel is one of the parcels in the assemblage for PEO Productions WSTA.
Okay. Any other photos there?
This one is not subject. This one's not on the agenda today. This is the subject property that Accent Property Management is processing their lease agreement for. If you look at the building to the right with the dot next to it, that brown stuff that's on the roof is actually part of the building from Hurricane Marilyn, where it was peeled up and just thrown onto the roof. So when I said in my testimony that the building is damaged all the way back to Hurricane Marilyn, that's part of it. The other two buildings, the one in the middle there, the square one, that one, the roof is leaking and it has siding on it, wooden siding, shingles that are decades old and needs to be replaced. And then the other one has leakage in the building as well. So it's, when I was asked about numbers, the numbers are approximate because, I think in the end, they're going to invest a little bit north of $1 million in these buildings.
And in this particular case, did the tenant receive insurance proceeds on it? And just walk away or what?
One of them had a federal office in there, and they walked away, obviously. Haida was in the building at one point. The other one...
That's a Shinnery building?
Yes. The other one, we had a tenant in there. They did not have insurance at the time.
Okay. Any other photos, media?
This is the Shinnery building. This is one of the subject buildings. All that speckly stuff on the bottom photograph, all that speckly stuff is all wooden siding that needs to be replaced with metal sheeting. And the up above, that's the warehouse. That warehouse needs to be renovated, whether skinned and put back on new siding and or roof. That's up for them to decide. That property looks very good compared to a couple months ago. We removed probably about 12 vehicles from there, and there was all kind of paraphernalia for all kind of stuff that was going on the property. And
media next. Yeah.
That's another angle from the property.
The same Shinnery building, yeah.
That's another one. This one is the subject property for commercial investments. It's currently being used by the Department of Education, but they've purchased a property and they're transitioning out of the property as we speak.
So there's some delay in time of activation of that particular
There is a delay. And to be fully transparent, the Department of Property and Procurement has a one-year lease already. Commercial investment and Accent are in possession, and Submace, they are in possession of one-year leases for the subject property. They're just waiting till they transition out of the spaces and doing what they have to do at this point. Commercial investment has they're not doing anything yet because it's still occupied. And so for full disclosure.
And that's traditionally how it's done. You create a dry run for like 1 year and to consider whether or not they want to extend, or how do you arrive at that? What happens?
Senator, the getting on a multi-year agreement can take sometimes 3 to 6 months, or sometimes a little longer. We instituted a strategy of giving them immediate access so they could go talk to a banker, so they can get access and start to do due diligence with their contractor. They could enter the space and do what they have to do before we develop and get approval of a multi-year agreement through the legislature as well. So it was a tool that was used just for expediency.
But there is also some investment that's made. I mean, in one of the testimony, you heard that there was a $20,000 prior investment. If for some reason that falls through, or there is no full execution until all parties have signed off, even though the governor and executive branch signed off. Until such time as the Senate president signed off on it, they don't become totally effective. So what happens?
They have been made fully aware of the risk of rolling that dice.
Okay. Very well. Let me just wrap up the photos and then we'll open up. What's this one?
My glasses must be doing something to me.
That's by the Kia. That's down in its base close to BMV.
Okay, that is part of the former BMV location. The building was slated to be demolished by the GVI. That's a rough building. I could inform you that it is the former BMV building.
Yeah.
It is a floodplain. It isn't a floodplain, and I believe that the administration and ODR is moving to acquire a building for BMV to relocate to. I believe partially they're renting right now, but there is partially an inspection operation going on to the rear of the building as well.
Yeah, well. All right, thank you, media, for those photos. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to give special congratulations to Commissioner of Property and Procurement, Lisa Alejandro, and of course, the Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Richards. There's a lot of work going on down there. Most of these here are basically on two of the same roads. But since you mentioned full disclosure, I want to point out that the one map, media, if you can put the map back up that says partial 171, it has a yellow line and it has the ocean. That is actually being considered by the legislature now. That's parcel 178. Yeah, that one there, you said that wasn't here, but that is being considered by us now. That's parcel 171, which is part of WSTA. Am I correct?
No, actually, as a matter of fact, that's incorrect, Senator.
But it says partial 171 on the map.
If I may respectfully,
okay.
MapGeo is like a broken clock. It's not correct all the time. That parcel that's highlighted and the parcel that's north of it, they used to be one continuous location and one continuous parcel. We subdivided it to allow 2 other tenants to be on the property, to share the property. For some reason, I've seen...
Okay, I got your explanation. I'm on the clock. Okay, so then parcel 171 is the one where the tower is by WSTA. Is that what it is? Where the satellite dish is now? Is that parcel 171?
Senator, I don't have the map, the parcel
Where
map.
is parcel 171? We're considering it here in the bill. It's parcel 171. It's parcel 167, 171, and 121. I'm showing on my map that parcel 121 is where the physical building is for WSTA. 167 is right down below WSTA, which you use for parking. And then you're saying that one there is incorrect. So I have that parcel 171 could be where the dish is, the satellite dish. You see, if you having us consider something, you have to know and you have to tell us what we are considering. We can't be considering something. Of course, I'm in favor of this now, but I want to know what I'm voting on.
May I answer?
Well, no, you can answer in the chair's time because I got a whole lot of other questions. Okay, so the Shinnery building, okay, so that's right above where the new cruise ship dock is planned for the Port Authority stuff, right? Right down below that is where the new cruise ship dock is going to be, right?
Yes,
So that's when you're coming up here, Peace Hill, to get to Channel 12. As soon as you're right above where the old WAPA office was, right?
Is that question for who, Senator?
I was asking you or Ms. D'Souza, anyone?
The answer is yes, Senator. It is up here, Peace Hill.
And then bill number 25-0692, BR that is, like you said, that's the old education where they were storing the school lunch or something like that?
Yes, Senator.
Where's the school lunch being stored now?
It is currently stored there in that location, Senator. They are retrofitting where the Department of Education purchased the old Island Block complex.
And they're going to move school lunch there?
Yes, Senator.
So you can't lease this until education move out of it then, right?
Excuse me?
You say education is still using the building, that's where they store the school lunch program?
Yes, Senator.
And this is the building that commercial investments is going to lease, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so there's a little, I guess the time would run out. Okay, so now I wanted to go to Bill 25. The clock was called?
No.
Okay, Bill 250757. Okay, so this is right in front of Frank's Bakery, the pharmacy, right down from John's Auto. And of course, you know, we know the Bureau of Motor Vehicle, right across from the Lieutenant Governor, going in to Tropical Shipping, right? So that's all
12.
those lots.
That's 12,
So-
yes, Senator.
So the senator from NORDA had mentioned, and you had mentioned parking, Mr. Rodriguez. Where is the parking going to go?
On the lots?
All the lots will have parking off the road. You come off the main road there, and you'll park right in the lot. The back 12A, partial 12A, do you know what that's going to be used for?
So we have several investors that are basically courting us to determine which one of the...
You haven't determined.
Pardon me?
You haven't determined.
1 minute.
You haven't determined what 12A is going to be doing. You have
12A will either be warehousing or parking structure.
Okay. So, you know, this, I have to congratulate Property and Procurement. There's a lot of development going on in that area. So that's good. It's always good for the community when we have these investments. So one final question now. So WSTA, the last time you were here, we had told you that
30
the price
seconds.
was high. You are fully satisfied now with this agreement? And
Yes, Senator.
okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that that was it. So now, if you can, on the chair's time, where is Parcel 171? Because the bill that was read by the bill sponsor, it says Parcel 121, 167, and Parcel 171. On the map here, I see where Parcel 121 and 167 is. Tell me where Parcel
Time.
171 is. You can answer on the chair's time.
That question is for myself or Mr.
Yes,
Ottley?
for you, for you.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. You may respond, Assistant Commissioner.
Senator 171, pardon me, I apologize. I'm a bit confused. 171 is one of the parcels on the assemblage. The Department of Property and Procurement sent down an extensive package that has the parcel maps that have aerial photographs with markers on there. That basically tells exactly which parcels we're talking about. I'm gonna pull up the actual full folder and share it with you.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to that. The chair will now recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you listening and present. You know, I think it's a proud day to see Virgin Islanders sitting down, leasing out the whole of Submarine. I like that. That's what we're here for. Assistant Commissioner Richards, in regards to the properties, are any from former leases that were there, are there any outstanding debts owed to the government on any of those properties from former leases?
No, Senator.
Okay. The abatement for, I guess, mold and asbestos and those things because of how old those properties are, who would be responsible for that abatement and that standard of environmental protection?
Senator, respectfully, the government is renting the properties as is. The developers, the lessees, will be responsible for any abatement, debris removal, demolition.
Okay, so then you want to make sure that'll be done. That's why I'm asking. For the property owner security, do you have a form of security in terms of, like you say, you mentioned fencing, camera systems, and everything that would be put into your investment for your properties? Mr. Rodriguez, Ms. D'Souza, Ms. Ferdinand?
Yes, Senator. Implementation of fencing and security cameras will obviously be part of the development plan.
Accent Randa D'Souza, Accent Property Managers. Yes, Senator. One of our upgrades would be installing security fencing, security cameras, increasing lighting, etc.
Okay, great. Ms. Ferdinand?
Judy Perez Ferdinand. Yes, Senator. The answer to your question is yes. We are going to be doing cameras, fencing, lighting, extra lighting.
I know WSTA have, so that's what I didn't ask Mr. Ottley. Okay, Mr. Ottley, are you allowed to sublease?
Yes, but I haven't even thought about that yet.
Okay, no, I just want to know if it was in your lease and we could put it on the record. Now, Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, in regards to the way the issues have been going with the government and allowing people to not pay for years, is it required of them to have an escrow where they put at least the monthly rent or annual fees and stuff in an escrow account that stays for the government?
Senator, pardon me, can you repeat that? I apologize.
An escrow account for putting all of the rent or the annual fees into it, because at times it seems like the government don't want this money, so we could have it there to transfer into the account that it needs to go into on a regular basis, even if the government isn't manually going or them coming in. Is there escrow account required of the owners of the properties?
Senator, I honestly can't answer that question. That sounds a little bit above my pay grade.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay, now, Assistant Commissioner, how does the subleasing work in regards to the property owners? How does it work where the government gets approximately 30% of the lease? Can you explain to me how their subleasing process should go?
The lease requires that the lessee gets permission from the Department of Property Procurement to enter into every single sublease that it enters into. Property and Procurement have to approve it and be supplied a copy. We then in our internal system create a separate file, electronic file for that subtenant, and track to make sure that we're getting those additional funds as well. In some of these leases, in one or two of these leases, they're required to do an annual audit, and provide us with a statement of what they're collecting, so we see what they're collecting from each and every sublease that we approve. So
1 minute.
Okay, great. So then they are required to pay the government that fund, not the government have to go and look to recoup anything.
They're required to get approval before, register the subtenant with the government. If the government approves, then they move forward with the sublease. Then we track the collections. Every month we look for the collections. And we have several tenants like that currently that have subtenants, and we do collect.
Excellent. I like to hear that.
30 seconds.
Some of the property owners mentioned about multiple sublease owners. Would the same process be for each individual subleasee?
Yes, Senator. If you got 10, if you have one, you have the main lease, and then you have the sublease. If you got 10, You got the main lease and 10 subleases that makes 11 points of collections. And we do have software that tracks that, so.
Good. Excellent. And in closing, the two properties that, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair. The two properties that are, okay, the two properties that are in a one-year lease right now, what are they paying presently?
Senator, I want to believe that I want to believe everybody's only paying a nominal like $100 a month or something like that for their one-year lease agreement, because they're not generating any revenue. So there's really nothing to collect. It's just it's a due diligence and a phase one a due diligence period for all intents and purposes. None of them are transacting anything. None of them are doing anything. It's just a paper transaction for all intents and purposes.
No, that's fine. Just wanted to be aware of what actually is going on. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. A point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Commissioner Richards, in the testimony of Henrique Rodriguez, he states that a few years ago, he went into debt for nearly $1 million to repair a government-owned facility that he says now supports small businesses. Can you give me a few of the terms of that particular lease, and is he current in good standing with his payments to the government of the VA?
The last question, the answer is yes. In terms of the terms, if you give me a couple minutes, I could look in my computer. I could get you a copy of that lease agreement.
Okay, is he the only one out of the group that is besides the nominal leases? Are the other two persons first-time tenants of the government as opposed to Mr. Rodriguez?
Mr. Rodriguez has a development with the government before.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And Mr. Ottley and his family does.
I keep forgetting Mr. Ottley, I'm sorry.
Under a previous corporate name, Senator.
Yeah, I'm actually referring to, I am more focused, quite frankly, on the warehouse and office space and bulk storage areas. In the what I'm understanding, I am not as familiar as my colleagues with St. Thomas. So, but I understand they're almost all in the same area.
Yes, Senator.
Right? And so are the other two persons, the ladies at the table, are they first-time
tenants?
Tenants.
Yes, Senator. They are first-time lessees of the GBI. Yes, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Kurt Violet. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. This particular area that we're speaking to, there's a proposed major development for this area?
Subbase?
Yes.
Senator, Subbase is about to see an infusion, potentially about north of a half $1 billion.
In terms of the development of or the expansion of a cruise ship port development?
Yes, Senator.
How do these property confirm or align to that proposed development?
So we in my tenure, we work very closely with the Port Authority.
No, just straightforward.
Yes.
In terms of the overall look of that particular corridor and knowing what you're trying to achieve. You're talking about an enhanced port development, and you're also now talking about commercial development. How does it go hand in hand? Are you making sure that it's going to complement the development for that particular area?
The answer is yes.
Okay. You spoke about the warehouse for school lunch, and you said that Department of Education bought the Island Block building, which is true, and which is an area that they proposed to put the school lunch facility, but it hasn't been approved. The monies haven't passed. The bill was in this legislature. It didn't go through. Nothing is going to be completed there for quite a period of time. So what is going to happen to the school lunch warehouse?
So, Senator, there's several buildings on the Island Block property. There was
What is going to happen to the education school lunch warehouse where it presently is?
there is several buildings on the property. One of the buildings, two of the buildings, the larger warehouse buildings, the current tenants have vacated the space, and one of them is ideally.
So you have had a discussion with Department of Education that they're able to vacate the facility if it's or that particular property, if it's leased now, that they're ready to vacate and go to the Island Block building?
The Department of Property and Procurement, myself, have walked the
have
Island
you had
Block
a
with Commissioner Hedrington.
And Commissioner Hedrington believed that this body was going to pass the bill that would provide the funding to build out the facility. I'm looking at down the line, that in the event you say, well, let's move into that building now, that then the Department of Education don't have to look for a next facility that is capable of housing school lunch and pay thousands of dollars to move that facility temporarily. That's what I'm looking at. Now, let me get to this, because this was one. I looked at the square feet and the acreage. The pure productions property is 0.3802. You could say a third of an acre. They're paying $30,000 per year. Asset property management is 1.609, which is an acre and a half. They're paying $144,000. Commercial investment is 0.399. They're paying $48,000. Submarine base, 1.379, an acre and a third. They're paying $12,000. How can a property that is almost similar in acreage, paying less, similar in acreage to asset property, paying less than pure production and commercial investment, which is only a third of an acre? How are they paying 12? How did you come up with a $12,000 figure?
Senator, very good question. It is raw land.
Raw or not, just leasing the land. If we lease the land right now to Submarine base, without building anything, they could sublease that for way more than $12,000.
No, they can't.
Why not?
Because we won't allow them.
Simon, just take your word for that?
It's written in the document. It's written at least what they have to do. If they don't do it, they're in default. If they're in default, you cancel.
I cannot see the justification for $12,000. That's probably 1 month rent for one tenant after they're finished. $12,000 to me is just totally ridiculous. No rent for the first year, $0. Month 13 to 36, $500. I cannot see that amount. I mean, this is prime St. Thomas property. This is prime sub-base property. It comes with a value. Now let me go on to accent property. In a sublease, the leasee shall be required to pay less than additional 5. So you have a sliding scale?
Yes, Senator.
For sublease?
Yes, Senator.
And the sliding scale start at 5%?
Yes, Senator.
From year 1 to year 5. 8% from year 6 to year 10. 10% from year 11 to year 15. 15% from year 16 to 20. 20% from year 21 to 25. You know when we'll get a 30%? If they are renewed after the 30th year. So why isn't the sublease the same structure for all of the tenants? Why one have the sliding scale? It's taken 20 years before we reach 20%. So they could lease they could lease a property for $100,000 and we are going to get 5%.
Senator, the capital investment that they're going to have to put up front, it warrants it for success.
Mr. Richard, the fact that they're willing to finance it, they know what they're going to make. No feasibility studies are done. You're not just throwing money blindly and saying, I'm not going to make back anything. They know the value of that investment. They know the location of the property. Don't give me that justification. This is a property that is going to be worth
30
millions
seconds.
of dollars. And we're renting it for $12,000 a year.
I don't think your numbers are correct, to be quite honest with you. I provided you with a spreadsheet.
Which number is incorrect?
Senator, if we want to talk about,
I don't talk off the record. I just ask you which numbers are incorrect.
What's that?
Which number?
I don't think your projections are correct.
Which projection I said?
For submarine-based warehouses,
Uh-huh.
if they conservatively rent at $20 a square feet, the government's going to get $16,000, between $12,000 to $16,000 per month on that property.
And
A warehouse space
stop.
right
Hold
now
up,
is
hold up.
going
Hold up, I'm glad you say that. The government is going to get what?
$12,000 to $16,000 in sublease fees monthly. Monthly.
And they're renting it for $12,000 annually.
Again, the government is going to get $12,000 monthly.
So we're going to get more money in 1 month on the sublease than we are going to be charging for the entire year.
Because we are interested in what we get on an aggregate. You give a little to get a lot. It's like baiting a fish.
You want to give all the rest of them a little?
Pardon?
Give everybody a little to get a lot?
All the leases are structured.
They're all 4 times the amount that this tenant is paying. The lowest is $48,000. That is 4 times $12,000. Okay, all of them are going into investment to try to make additional monies. Every single one of them. And I am pro-development. Okay, I want development, but you got to equalize the numbers. And I'm not saying to go down.
It's raw.
I said to go up.
We're talking about raw land versus a structure being there. If you and I sit down and discuss this, you'll see that it makes sense.
Is there a structure on the property?
Pardon?
Is there a structure on the property?
Which property?
Commercial, submarine base.
Absolutely no structure on the property.
Okay. Doesn't change much for the value for the area. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale, for your line of question. Next we'll go to Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I want to follow up with the questioning from the previous speaker, because we're talking about submarine base warehouse. That's what we were discussing. And
yes, Senator.
In your comments, it says, at its own cost and expense, Submarine Warehouse will invest approximately $2 million to demolish derelict structures, clear debris, construct new building. But you're saying it's raw land. I'm just trying to get a clear understanding, because if you're going to demolish a building and clear debris, it can't be raw land. It has to have structures on it. And that was what was asked before.
Good question, Senator. Senator, there's a derelict building, a hurricane damaged building there that needs to be demolished.
Okay, so it's not raw land. It's not raw. Let's just be real. Just talk the truth. It's not raw land if you're going to demolish. There are portions of it that is not raw land.
Senator, when they're done with demolition, it's going to be raw land. They're going to have to come out of the ground.
Okay, but right now it's not raw land. And what are you have negotiated because they have to go through the demolition process?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so say that they have to put in some money so that they could invest some money to demolish the buildings that were damaged by the hurricane.
Senator, I apologize. I'll wait for your question.
Okay, so I think that's what we need to really be aware of. This is not raw land. This is a land that has really derelict structure on it. And there is going to be an investment by the lessee to demolish this property. And they probably have to do some asbestos and all of that, because these are aged properties. So just say that.
Well, Senator, thank you. You're correct. I was just hoping for a little leeway. I know the VI Port Authority is going to be here tomorrow with some property, and in their planning, demolition, site remediation is part of the structure of their deal. So I was hoping for parity in terms of understanding
understand,
how the development costs
Well,
are.
thank you,
So
Mr. Richards.
I
But
apologize.
yes, you don't send the mixed messages, so we are clear.
Thank you.
now, I wanted to go to commercial property because I have some really concerns about this, and it's for the leasee, the potential leasee. This property isn't vacant. This isn't a vacant property you're leasing right now. Is it vacant or is it occupied?
Vincent Richards is currently occupied.
When have they given you, and so are you anticipating collecting rent from Commercial Investment LLC? When are you going to start? Because it says here you're going to, for the first 24 months, you're going to collect $500. But if it is occupied, you shouldn't be collecting any money from them.
In the lease agreement, Senator, pardon me for speaking over you. In the lease agreement, there are contingencies in there if the GVI is not.
Speak to those contingencies.
The GVI is not. If the GVI cannot turn the property over to them, we do not charge them rent in there. Senator.
Okay, so there is that
Yes,
in
Senator.
there spelled out.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, that was my concern, that, the property isn't fully vacant and they are going to be required to pay monies. And would there be an extension? Because if they aren't able to get use of the property, say, in a year or two, that puts them back.
So yes, there'll be an extension, Senator.
Extension. So in that, I just want to make sure that they have that contingency and those leeway inside there in the lease that would allow them to recapture those years that they lost, even though they were not paying rent.
Yes, Senator. The lease speaks specifically to that.
Okay. Thank you. I also wanted to ask WSTA, how much of the investment do you plan to put in the construction
1 minute.
of the facility?
Well,
Because I know you've already started.
construction.
Well, to do some rehabilitation. Let's use that word.
Well, the damages that we spoke of was actually damages from the hurricanes, which included roofing and windows, leakage, that type of stuff. And according to the agreement and arrangement, they say we must spend no less than $100,000.
30 seconds.
On repairs.
100,000 in repairs. Okay. Because this property was in transition, Mr. Richards, it was not covered by our GVI insurance. Any of these properties?
Which property are we talking about specifically?
Any of the properties, all 4 properties that are being considered, were any of them covered by GVI insurance?
The number 30 sub-base
Time.
was covered by the GVI
I'm sorry,
insurance.
Number 30 sub-base?
Number 30 sub-base was covered by the GVI's policy.
Which one would
That's
that?
that's a former school lunch program building.
Okay, and how much, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap up with this last question. How much was the coverage? How much did we collect?
The
How much
GVI, pardon me, I'm sorry for speaking over you.
Go ahead.
Pardon me. The GVI collected $120 million for windstorm damage post Irma and Maria.
For this one, number 30 property?
We collected it as an aggregate for the full policy.
120 million.
Yes,
Thank you.
Senator.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. I did have some follow-up question, but thank you.
Thank you very
Point of
much.
information.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator James. Then we come into you, Senator DeGraff. Senator James, ask for a point of information on this side.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a quick question. In terms of for Assistant Commissioner Richards, when it comes, from what I'm hearing, this sub-base corridor, as you stated, is going to just be, I can't remember your words exactly. I will just say explode with $20 billion of the investment from this disaster recovery efforts. So I was just sitting here wondering, were these properties, these three properties, were those properties listed and then you had bids from tenants and then you selected a tenant? How does that process work?
No, they weren't listed. We all of these individuals basically came looking for properties. We showed them what we had, and they chose whatever project they had that fit their appetite. Some people, prefer, turnkey, some light renovation, some deep construction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Senator DeGraff, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Commissioner, back to my question that I asked, and how does the subleasing work? You mentioned to my colleague, majority leader, in regards to you will collect more money from a property than on a monthly basis than they are paying annually. But you told me it had to do with every individual that applies, then you would have the lease. So how could you make that statement if you don't have anybody already in hand to say how much you are going to collect?
Good question, Senator. I take the position that basically all landlords want to move towards 100% occupancy. I gave projections based on 100% occupancy, and that's the numbers I use. We, the department, we're in the market every day. Our doors are getting knocked down, the phone's getting rung off. I get phone calls from probably every senator's office right here on a daily basis looking for warehouse space. They want to start new businesses. They want to come in and bring new businesses in. They want to expand businesses. They want to come in and do construction. And there's not enough capacity in the market, period, plain and simple. So, one person here mentioned that between last year and now, when one of these leases were on the agenda before, the president changed, and then tariff came in. A project that was supposed to cost $2 million is now going to cost north of $2 million. He's saying $7 million. That's not my fault. That's because of whatever happened, why it wasn't on the agenda. So, the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost. It's like food. We go in and we buy eggs today, and tomorrow today it's $1, tomorrow it's $10 for eggs. So, I know, or I want to say that I expect everybody here is going to have 100% occupancy because there's not enough capacity. There's not enough capacity for housing. There's not enough capacity for warehouse space. We get the calls every single day. And I get the calls from private people, and I get the calls from this building. Take care of this person, take care of that person. So I can't build buildings. I don't have $7 million to build a warehouse. So somebody comes along that's crazy enough to borrow $7 million and put it in the ground. That's on them. I just want to make sure we get our piece. So if I got to cut a deal on a piece of what I call eventually raw land, I cut the deal. Go put your $7 million in the hole. It belongs to the people of Virgin Islands when he puts it in the ground. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, we take it back and we rent it to somebody else. It's simple to me. So, bear with me if I get a little bit emotional, a little bit frustrated, but, we've been working, and I mentioned we're working with the Port Authority. They have a significant, they're going to spend tens of millions of dollars in just remediating those properties in sub-base because they're contaminated in the ground, they got to tear down the buildings, they got asbestos in them because they're World War II era property. So, but here we are investing, and they're putting it in the ground. So if you got to make a little concession up front to reap on the backside, yeah. I came in here in this department 10 years ago, and this one senator here, Mr. Richards, when you gonna fix up sub-base? Mr. Richards, what are you doing with sub-base? And now, I won't tell you who that senator is, but, I'm here doing something with subbase. Every time I'm in here, I'm trying to do something with subbase. And I get the thanks, but then now I guess today I'm getting the arrows or something. But, it's part of the job, so I understand.
No, again, Mr. Chair, I will just close out by saying it was just to have that information, all the information that you have, because you're an expert in your industry. We're not. We need to get that information from you. So we don't have it. We're asking reasonable, viable questions in regards to what we're seeing. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that accolade, Senator. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so regarding Bill 36-0205, Lot 11B, they used to have an AC company. They sell AC parts for many years. Is that tenant vacated? Had that tenant vacated that lot?
Vincent Richards, Senator, respectfully, I don't know what you're talking about. I just moved there. I just moved there 20 years ago.
11B, was that prior leased? Was that leased prior to someone else?
11B?
Yeah.
No, I believe 11A, 11B used to be, what is it, Les Cargo or something?
No. Yeah, 11B. I'm talking about, no. 11B wasn't Les Cargo. Les Cargo is down more. You see, I know this place good, I grew up here. 11B was the AC. This is right in front of the pharmacy, right when you make that curve there going up by the lieutenant governor.
Vincent Richards, Senator, there's absolutely no tenant there. There was no
I
lease
know.
there.
I'm saying previous.
No, Senator, no.
Listen, everybody in the Virgin Islands know there was an AC company.
It is still there.
Right.
It is still next door.
What was that lease?
It's next door. It's existing. It's still there.
What is that lease? What are they paying?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'll get it for you. And I'll get it for you happily.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. The property that is adjacent to the AC building, that used to be occupied by a tenant?
Not in my tenure, Senator, no.
It was occupied, wasn't it occupied by a lumber entity for some time, Mr. Richards? How long you been in your position?
I've been in my position, I believe, 10 years now, Senator.
Okay, so I know during that time, that it was occupied by a tenant, or they had some arrangement with property and procurement. Okay, so what happened? Are you saying yes? You're shaking your head.
I'm gonna respond to you. I was trying to be diplomatic.
What arrangement was that? Okay, and what happened to that arrangement?
So post Hurricane Irma Maria, Senator, the department was approached by an individual that requested assistance to offload 10, at the time they said 10 flatbeds of lumber and building materials. In our wisdom, or in our zeal to basically help with the rebuilding, we allowed them to offload the lumber there and stay there. They said they were going to be there for 2 or 3 months, and when they were done, they hadn't moved, and they haven't moved since. There was an arrangement for them to make monthly payments. You could look at our aging report. It's one of the most egregious. Things on our books, and I believe it's probably north of over $150,000 that they owe the government of the Virgin Islands. And yes, we do have. We are in proceedings to collect from them. Yes.
Thank you.
Just one moment. So, do they still occupy or have their property on the government property there? That's my final question.
Honestly, I don't know, Senator. I know that their business license lapsed, and they're not licensed to do and operate there. But we are in proceeding to secure the property.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. At this time, the chair will recognize the bill's sponsor. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to our testifiers who are here today. I just want to extend kudos to you all for really having the courage to engage in this major business development. It takes courage, really, to invest your time, your money in a project where the outcome, there is some level of unknown and uncertainty. But small business development is really the engine that fuels our economy. So I got to give you kudos for that. Ms. Ottley, I had the opportunity to visit WSTA. You gave us a tour. So I kind of saw some of the FCC equipment, the FEMA, the FEMA equipment, and I know we rely on WSTA, not only when things are going well for our entertainment, but during those challenging times that we've all experienced, the various hurricanes, WSTA has always been there. So I'm absolutely supportive of the initiative that is on the way with regards to WSTA. I wanted to ask you, though, Mr. Richards, Assistant Commissioner Richards, about, and I think the question was asked before, and I know you advised us that there's a several $100 million investment that will be on the way soon in the Crown Bay area, and whether or not the initiatives fully comport with what is planned for the area. And when I'm saying the initiative, the other projects, the warehouse-related projects that are in the works right now.
The answer is yes, Senator. You know, we're about to turn over acres and acres of property to people who we don't know and we don't see, we're never going to see again personally. But here we are, we got local people here who want their piece and their opportunity as well. So
Absolutely.
I'm just making sure they get their piece. But the answer is yes, they will comport with what's going on and the aesthetics about what's going on there as well.
Okay. Okay. With regards to Ms. D'Souza, congratulations again on your ambition and your motivation. I wanted to ask you about the condition of the buildings on parcels 123 and 129. Maybe you and Mr. Richards could tap into that. What condition are they in right now? What will you have to do to bring them into a state where they'll be usable and they'll meet the goals and objectives of your warehouse project?
That's for myself or for the other?
Yeah.
Well, Senator, the properties are in disrepair. The properties are moldy. The properties are old. But they have potential. The bones are good.
Okay. That was my question, whether or not we really would have to
the specific property for Accent, we tried to get them under the FEMA PW to get them report. We worked it for like several months, and in the end, FEMA said no.
Okay.
FEMA said no. So that was a gut punch. Now here we are in the throes of reconstruction. Billions of dollars of contracts have been executed. People knocking dog looking for space. And these local folks stepped up, had the vision, and they want to do it. And they want to share in the billions of dollars that's going to be spent here in the territory. So we're giving them opportunity. We sat down, we negotiated. I tend to ask people what they want first, propose their terms, and we start from there. I represent the people in the government of the Virgin Islands. I'm going to try to get as much as I can get for the people of the Virgin Islands. But if they come back and they make a compelling argument and they're going to invest serious dollars, if it makes sense, we go for it. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense for us.
Okay.
But if I had $1 million, I'll keep it in my pocket or my bank account. If I had 7, I mightn't be here. I might be in Miami or somewhere, Atlanta, where everybody goes to retire. I wouldn't put it in the ground, but so kudos to people that want to invest $3, $4, $5, $6, $7 million.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask Ms. Perez-Ferdinand about her project and what is your estimated timeline? What goals have you set as far as the timeline for your project completion?
GDS Perez Ferdinand. Senator, I cannot give you an honest answer, but knowing me, I'm going to push. So you'll be surprised.
Okay, I know you're a mover and a shaker. You make things happen. I wanted to ask Mr. Rodriguez with regards to
1 minute.
your project, right? And maybe not so Mr. Rodriguez, but Mr. Richards. I know my colleagues asked the question about the $12,000 annual rent that you'll be responsible for paying the government of the Virgin Islands for the 1.38 acres of prime, what's described as prime waterfront commercial property with buildings. Now, what prevents, the master tenant from subleasing at market rates, potentially $10,000, $15,000 a month, based on other leases, right, in the area?
30
what
seconds.
other people are paying. Is there anything that would prevent the master tenant from, renting, subleasing the property at a rent that far exceeds, obviously, $1,000 that he's paying for the government of the Virgin Islands?
So, Senator, I think that's a very good question. I and we want them
Time.
to rent at market rate. I want them to rent. I want them to rent above market rate if we can get it.
Okay.
If these contractors are coming in here to make billions of dollars, and if we can get a piece of it from warehousing and from renting government property, so be it. It's better for us. We come here, the Department of Property and Procurement comes here every year, and there's two numbers that stand out in my division: 3.5 million, 9 million. And one is what we collect on the government-owned property, and one is what we spend on for renting other people's property. Right. We rent at market rate.
Right.
But when we rent it out, traditionally it's been under market. Why? Because our properties are in disrepair. So at some point in my tenure, before I leave here next year, I want to be able to try to get the needle moved a little closer, where we're collecting a little bit more than we were last year.
I agree with you 110%.
And one more thing, pardon me, one more thing. What we're doing with the Port Authority in a couple of days, it will be taking away property that we're collecting rent on to give to the Port Authority to put into their deal. So we're going to be at a deficit. And right now, my boss is telling me, Richards, you need to find more revenue for next year, because we're giving these parcels to Port Authority, and we're going to lose the revenue that we're getting on them. And so it's for the better of the Virgin Islands.
I understand what you're saying. Hold your point. Hold your point. But my question, or my reason for asking the question, right, is I'm thinking that the potential that you can gain, right, should be factored in as to the cost that you're leasing the property for initially. So in other words, you're leasing the property for $1,000 per month, right? But the potential that, and you're saying we want to maximize, you want to get as much as you can, right? But isn't that a factor if you're dealing with a prime property that is located on a prime spot that has unlimited potential? Isn't that factored in when you're determining what that initial cost is going to be?
Yes, it is a factor.
So how did you come up with $1,000 per month, which to me, looking at, I'm no real estate guru, but looking at what these ladies are being asked to pay, comparatively speaking, to me, that property, and I understand you're going to say, it's just raw land. But sometimes raw land is a good thing. If you have, anyway, isn't that something that you consider when you're making the decision to assess what the cost will be for the tenant?
Senator, I'm thinking about fishing. Before we go fishing, we'll go and catch some sprat, and we'll put them on a hook, and we'll throw it out, and we'll end up getting a big fish.
Right.
Port Authority is going to be here in the next couple of days. They're going to be partnering with somebody and the partner is probably going to be paying nothing. But the GVI, through the Port Authority, is going to get bigger fish on the back end of it. So it's the same concept, just a much smaller scale. Pardon me?
You're saying they're paying nothing?
Little to nothing. Trust me.
You know more than me.
These questions are very good, and I appreciate them. It makes me better. We came here a year ago and we asked this body to give us some leeway to negotiate because I think the standard was like 38% upfront, and we weren't getting anything done because it just didn't make the math when you go to the bank and try to get it underwritten. We had a former senator in here that was basically, that's a developer that was lobbying to make sure we get the subleasing straight so they can make something, so they can pay something.
Yeah.
And so, the math has to math, but
it does. The math has to math.
Correct.
And just looking at it from just my plain eyes, right? I know you're saying $1,000 a month, right, versus the potential earnings, that isn't something that would jump out immediately to a lay person just looking at this.
Yes.
Isn't that something that would make you a little...
Absolutely.
Ask a question?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But look under the hood. Look under the hood. Take this agreement and take it to any real estate developer around the Virgin Islands and ask them if it makes sense or if it doesn't make sense. I'm open to that. Take them and ask them if it makes sense. Take them and ask them if they're going to develop on the, you call it waterfront. You're right, it's waterfront. It's got sand underneath there. You're going to have to put pilings in there. Mr. Petrus for Petrus Plaza, they had to put pilings. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars putting pilings in the ground just to make sure the building stood up. So I understand. I understand the cost that's going to have to go into building in that area. You just can't go and just build there.
Okay. I appreciate this opportunity to have this exchange with you. I appreciate and respect Mr. Rodriguez and all the persons here who've been in this community for decades doing their thing, making a contribution, doing what many folks don't have the courage to do. That's getting involved in business development.
Thank you.
So I have but I think that it warrants us, and I personally am going to do my own due diligence. Hopefully I'll have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Perez and have a discussion on the property so that I can get a better vision as to, what your plans, your vision might be, what your vision is. So I don't want to abuse my time anymore, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
And thank you for the discourse. It just makes us better.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Senator James, you have a point of information you recognize.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Commissioner Richards. For me, really, it is trying to see, as I had started out initially, comparing the properties and trying to figure out the formula, the methodology of how you arrived at it. And so when I look at, for example, accent property, and first of all, let me step back and say, I think it's easier to demolish and build from scratch than it is to renovate a building. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Think about it. You have to look at all the plumbing, the electrical, it's harder. So, based on that, and I'm not representing anyone here today. Well, I'm representing the people of the Virgin Islands, right? So, let's look at accent property management. This lady is going to be constructing for 60 months based on, no, not 60 months. Okay, let's say 24 months. 24 months. 24 months? Yes, she's nodding her head. And you're charging her $6,000 a month, but she's not going to have use of the property. She'll be in the construction phase, compared to the other two who are being charged $500 each per month. I'm still stuck on, and her monthly is $12,000 per month. So I'm still saying to you, I do not understand the rationale between the three different properties. And by the way, I do agree Well, this is my question, Mr. Chair. This is my question. All these, stop looking at me like that. All these warehouse, they're all for warehouse and office space. It seems to me to, as the majority leader asked, align with what the Port Authority is going to be doing. But then I saw where one of your tenants mentioned discovery recovery efforts. So are those properties going to be used to store wood? You know where I'm going? Check that out. Is the government leasing property to people so they can then charge? You didn't notice where I went with that, eh?
No.
Okay, you didn't catch it. Discovery recovery efforts. Warehouse, climate control, logistics, storage, warehouse. Those words jumped out at me because it seems as if they're related to disaster recovery projects. Is the government of the Virgin Islands finding itself in a situation where we're taking government land, we're leasing it to folks, tenants, who are then going to lease it back to the contractors for the disaster recovery projects? So I'm trying to figure out, are we being smart overall or let me ask you this question straight up. For all these disaster recovery projects, where are they storing the wood and other labor, the other materials?
I don't know.
You don't?
I don't know right now, Senator.
Right now.
But let me say this. Or allow me to answer you this way. If at the end of the 10, 15, 20-year construction cycle, some of the billions of federal dollars, not from local, federal dollars, goes into improving, some of the revenue goes into improving government assets, that in the next 10, 20, 30 years or 50 years, the property goes back to the GVI in a better, improved state, so be it, from my point of view.
And also, before you move forward, I also want to make sure that the tenants that you have are in fact going to be profitable. I'm on that wavelength, frequency, I should say. The thing is, we want to make sure that the government is benefiting from enriching everybody, whether they're local or not local.
Correct.
That the government itself is enriched at the end of these 20 to 30 years. That's my focus. Just letting you know.
Thank you.
Okay.
If I may?
Yeah, sure, thank you.
If I may just make one
you may
point.
respond.
Senator Potter, the government of the Virgin Islands, the GVI, leases 42 acres of property on Water Island for $1,000 per month. 42 acres. And 42 acres. And that was a $500 million project back when they started. Now it's probably closer to $1 billion if they were doing it. But I just want to show you that there is parity in terms of using bait to catch a big fish. So.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner. Just real quickly, I have just a couple of things. In terms of that whole BMV property location there, how much money were you able to collect on lease last year?
For BMV?
Yeah.
There is no tenant. There was nothing.
In the last 5 years?
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
In the last 10 years?
Nothing.
Now you stand to get $12,000 a year, $60,000 in 5 years, $120,000 in 10 years.
No, Senator, it's more than that.
Well, I'm saying that's hold on. I'm saying that's just in the lease.
That's in the base. The base.
So hold on. Let me lead the ship here. That's just in the lease. In addition to that, then you're able to collect up to 30% of all of the subleases in that matter. And then the individual then have to commit at least $5 to $7 million in that investment. Likewise, all of the other entities. I think that a lot of time, and I am elated, I'm very proud of the fact that we have 4 local individuals that's here before us, again, in this lease agreement and this entrepreneurship in order to be able to, again, sit at the table and be able to earn a piece of this rock. Other individuals come off the plane with their suitcases and eat big. Eat big. Owning a business here in the Virgin Islands is no easy feat. The blood, sweat, and tears that goes into owning a business, the taxes that have to be paid, the scrutiny that you're severely under, the expectation, the nickel and diamond, it ain't easy running a business here in the Virgin Islands. None of you can't even begin to imagine, especially the new ones, what it entails, especially when you go into that shoreline. The corrosion, the maintenance, the wear and tear that's involved in those facilities is astronomical in itself. Nobody see those things. Everybody get to see, you get to lease this property for so much of money or whatever. They don't understand all of the investment, the time that's required in being able to get you to that point where you're able to turn a profit, where you're able to give back. For me, I believe that the nuance for me in this whole thing is the opportunity to ensure that there's an agreement and that both sides live up to the side of the agreement, that government do what's required of them in terms of the enforcement to make sure that the governments get their fair share of whatever that agreement may be. And I'm hoping in this case, that is what will happen here. In the instance of the BMV property, I say $12,000, $1,000 a month is good on a start. Maybe there should have been a sliding scale that at least, down the road, there was some opportunity once, there's some improvements, some profit that's being made, that you could perhaps have slided up a little bit more. But, to start off, it's very, very difficult for the amount of money that have to be expended upfront. There. So at some point, if there is an opportunity when we're doing consideration in the future, I think that there should be some consideration that, 5, 10, 15 years down the road or whatever, there should be some opportunity then for you to come back, take a look at what's happening, CPI, and then be able to increase. Is there an opportunity for you to be able to do this in this particular lease? How long is the $12,000 required in that lease? For the entire time?
It's the entire time, Senator.
Entire time.
Again, when I run the numbers, we start getting, we share on the upside for doing nothing. Nothing. We get up to 30% upfront plus gross receipts for doing nothing. So if you add gross receipts, probably 35%. But
Mr. Rodriguez, what do you say? What say you of the investment that you intend to put? Do you believe that the $12,000 is fair and adequate to you?
So, unlike the others before us, the investment to that submarine-based warehouse pales in comparison. The pilings, the CCM requirements, the cost of construction, because I'm going from ground zero, going upwards. And then you have to realize that it's not $12,000. We keep throwing that $12,000, but if you look at our companies, our other properties, Time Center is at 100% occupancy. 41 Subbase is at 95% occupancy. And we're very aggressive in getting our spaces occupied and at market rent. Market rent for Subbase, minimum warehouse, is $25 a square foot minimum that I would start negotiating at, 25. If you take those numbers, that means the government would be getting $250,000 from submarine-based warehouse, not $12,000. This 12,000 number is just a base number because of the size of investment that the company is making, substantially much larger than everyone else here. And the government will share because I have a track record, and those warehouses will get 100% filled, and the government will be collecting $250,000 plus, not $12,000. $250,000 is the number that we have to keep in mind, not 12. Thank you.
Very well, thank you for that response. And Ms. Ferdinand, you are very satisfied with what has been offered to you in terms of your lease agreement. You're comfortable with your investment and the expenditures that you'll be requiring and your ability to be able to have a business and move forward?
Judy S. Perez, yes, Senator.
Same question. Ms. D'Souza?
Yes, Senator, and I'm ready to get in the ground running right now after your approval. So let's get this wrapped up. I'm ready.
Very well. I think that we have completed this round. Colleagues, is there any burning questions from anyone else on this matter? Go. All right, I'll give you all 30 seconds to close off, and then we'll go from there. We'll start off with you, Mr. Ottley.
I want to thank the committee and look forward to a favorable response.
Yes, sir.
Of course, and continue to serve our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ottley.
Julius Perez, Ferdinand, I would like to also thank the committee giving me this opportunity. I am so proud. Thank you.
And thank you for your years in law enforcement.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you. Thank you for your service. Ms. D'Souza, how are you doing? Tell your father howdy for me.
I definitely will.
Not a law enforcement.
Yes, he is. And I must say this opportunity was really, I was nervous at first, but it was easy.
It wasn't that bad, right?
Nah, I'm ready to do it again. I'm going to look for next property to come forward. But serious note, I thank you. I thank the chairperson and members of the committee for giving me the opportunity to come before you. And I look forward for a favorable response. Like I said, we're ready to get the pedals to the metal and get these properties back up in production.
You care to share with us what is the property that you have on St. Croix? It's just a residential, or what area? I mean, you don't have to be
Christianstead.
specific.
One is 50 AB Company Street, and the other one is 18A and B King Street.
Oh, in the town itself, both of them.
Say one more time.
Both of them within the Christianside town.
Yes.
Itself, yes.
One is completely rehab, and other one we're in the process of
working
fixing
on
it up. Yes.
Good.
You should go by sometime.
I will.
Right across the street. The one at 58 Company Street is right across from the old Harveys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. I see that
you
going
should
up.
have
Yes,
one
yes, yeah. I see the work
Yes.
being done there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
So I hope to see you there.
yes, absolutely. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Chairman Senator Francis and Vice Chair Senator Blyden, and members of the committee and members of the Senate for this opportunity. We work hard. I did call myself foolish in my testimony, and I see that Assistant Commissioner Richards did call myself foolish again. So I may be foolish, but it's about investing in the future of the Virgin Islands and allowing local people to benefit and create opportunities. So I look forward to a favorable response to our lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Assistant Commissioner Richards?
Good afternoon. I'd like to really thank you for this opportunity again to all of you. Senator Frederick, Senator Blyden, Senator Francis, VLA, Potter, Fonseca, James. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. I thought I was prepared to come here today. I know. I know next time I need to prepare a little bit better.
What is your takeaway lesson today? Every time you come before us, we give you an assignment to make sure that you go back, hunker down, retool, and refine. What is the takeaway today?
The tough teachers, when you were growing up, the tough teachers are the best ones, you know. And I'm a Crucian, so to the listening and viewing audience, it ain't nothing personal. it just makes me go back and prepare a little bit better. I didn't sleep last night well. I was up preparing. It looks like next time around I got to I got to spend don't sleep for 2 days, prepare a little bit more. But it's good. It's good. I know the department came to this body last year and asked for some amendments to how we do business, and you guys acquiesced, and it helped. And because of those amendments is why we had a little leeway to get these 3 investments, and we have more coming. We got a whole lot more coming. But I just want to say thank you. I mean, steel sharpens steel, and couple senators when we reached out to came and toured the properties and looked at them. We didn't get everybody to look at them, but that is just the collaborative attitude that under my commissioner's leadership she wants us to take to make sure we engage with you before, to make sure because you're going to give advice and consent. Without your advice and consent, nothing goes anywhere. So I just want you to know that we're going to continue to work with you all the time to make sure we get to a point where when we come in here, everything just gets rubber stamped and gets moved forward because I know how you think, I know what you expect. You all represent the people of the Virgin Islands, and we have to make sure we do right by them. So all I can say is thank you, thank you, thank you. I know next time to bring maps, more maps, for Senator Fonseca. So that's it. Rosette, sir? And more photographs, yes. So, but thank you.
I think the real takeaway is that as we continue to see what's happening in the current, it's important that we're doing our due diligence, to make sure that we're being good stewards of the people's property, of the people's funding, make sure that property procurement is enforcing what's required because these things come out and fall out. If it's not written, then certainly it can't be enforced. And then we're asking that the enforcement of the terms of whatever is in the contract and the lease agreements be on both sides be enforced because these things end up in court, they end up elsewhere, and if we're not adhering to the laws within the letter of the contract, then certainly there's opportunities for slippage. So it's very important that we're able to do that. But I just again appreciate the fact that we have Virgin Islanders here, and that you're willing to put in the hard work, to get these properties a very, very key, important property. And it's important that we're able to make sure that the investment is well worth it at the end of the day. And we're here to support you and, for you to be able to do your part of it. I think for us, what we're seeing is a lot of times individuals take these government property, do little or no improvement, and then expect to collect by subleasing and doing everything else and not pay their fair share to the government of the Virgin Islands, which is denying the people of the Virgin Islands their fair share. And that is where we've seen consistently that loophole that need to be filled and addressed, and hence, the reason for the provocative and provocative questions at time, because we need to make sure that we tighten up in those areas. Yes.
If I may, I'd just like to thank the entire staff of the Department of Property and Procurement, and specifically the property team. It looks easy. It's not easy. A lot of these folks, we've been engaged with them for months, a couple years, just to get here. And we're going to keep trying to push harder to make sure we shrink that period of time between engagement and getting here to get going and get moving. So, I just like to say thank you again. I appreciate the experience and the questions. Thank you.
It's important that we do that because, again, time is money. Every time we delay, we see what happens. It's costing us exponentially. So it's important that we're moving in time on some of these projects. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance will stand in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back in record and out of recess at this time. Senator Blyden, you recognize your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that bill number 36-0086, an act providing a lease agreement between...
89.
Excuse me?
89.
Oh, I'm sorry. I move that bill number 36-0089, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and PEO Productions, LLC, DBA, WSTA Radio for parcel number 121 Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, parcel number 167 Subbase, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and parcel number 171 Subbase, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Fonseca, Senator Maurice James, and Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yea.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay.
Yes.
Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yes.
Senator Vele, yay. Mr. Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0089, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and PEO Productions, LLC, doing business as WSTA Radio for parcel number 121, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, parcel number 167, Subbase, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and parcel number 171, Subbase, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, have been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance, will be sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and action. Do I hear a motion? A point of information, Senator Aviele, recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on the record that we had a discussion in reference to the other lease agreements. And while we are definitely in support of development, especially on the island of St. Thomas, on the island of St. Thomas, there are certain inconsistencies that we wanted to be cleared up in reference to the different percentage for sublease and also some of the terms that were agreed to. So we plan to have that discussion with Mr. Richards from Property and Procurement to have those areas cleared up, similar to what we did with the WSTA lease. So it's nothing different, and it's not an indication that we're not in support of these measures, but we want to make sure that we have parity among the 3 lease agreements before us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Motion, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that bill number 36-0199, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Accent Property Management, LLC, for parcels number 123 and 129 Subbase, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development plan, be held in the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance at the Chair's discretion for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fonseca, seconded by Senator Viale. Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick? Yay. Senator Maurice C. James?
Yes.
Senator James? Yay. Senator Kurt A. Vele?
Yes.
Senator Vele? Yay. Mr. Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 36-0199, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Accent Property Management LLC for parcels number 123 and 129, subbase South Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development has been held in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance until further notice. Motion, Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Commercial Investments LLC for parcel number 30, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics storage warehouse and other related purposes be held in this committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James, seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden? Yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff? Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yay.
Senator Fonseca? Yay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr.? Yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick?
Yes.
Senator Frederick? Yay. Senator Maurice C. James?
Yes.
Senator James? Yay. Senator Kurt A. Vele?
Yeah.
Senator Vele? Yay. Mr. Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the Commercial Investment LLC for parcel number 30, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for logistics, storage, warehouses, and other related purposes is held in the Committee of the Budget, Appropriations and Finance at the call of the chair. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Frederick, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 36-0205, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Submarine Base Warehouse LLC for parcel number 12 and 12A Submarine Base, Crown Bay Fill, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and 145 Consolidated Crown Bay Fill, Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of subtenants on the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes, be held in committee until further notice. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Frederick, seconded by Senator Violet, Senator Blyden. Hearing objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden? Yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff? Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca? Yay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr.? Yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick?
Yes.
Senator Frederick? Yay. Senator Maurice C. James?
Yes.
Senator James? Yay. Senator Kurt A. Vele?
Yeah.
Senator Vele? Yay. Mr. Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0205, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement and Submarine Base Warehouse LLC for parcels number 12 and 12A Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and 145 Consolidated Crown Bay Fill Submarine Base, subtenants of the premises, parking, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of subtenants and the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes have been held in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance until the call of the chair. And that completes our agenda for today. I want to thank my colleagues for their participation today. Thank Post Audit and central staff, to include our reporters, public affairs, photographers, media, all, security, everyone involved in today's hearing, my personal staff as well. Thank you for today. Please tune in tomorrow. There will be a committee of the whole, as well as a legislative session tomorrow, November the 18th. The committee hearing of November 17th, 2025 is hereby adjourned. God bless.